Chapter 21:10. Su Luan looked like he wasn't afraid of death. His eyes shone brightly as if he was going to sacrifice himself for a cause. Of course, Su Luan wasn't seeking his own death. He still had a lot of time and a bright future ahead of him. When the power of the secret treasure was fully activated, it could withstand attacks below the Yuan demon realm for a period of time. He wanted to use this period of time to temporarily attract the attention of the Black Scale tribe, so that Chen Zong could make a move and seize the purple scale fruit. Although he didn't know what method Chen Zong would use to seize it, he was very eager and hoped that Chen Zong would succeed. Su Luan's target was the leader of the Black Scale tribe. It was the strongest and the greatest threat. The Black Scale tribe was furious. One foreign race had come, and now a second foreign race had appeared. They were simply courting death. For a time, the remaining Black Scale tribe's attention was completely attracted by Su Luan. They all made a move, wanting to beat Su Luan into powder. However, Su Luan withstood a round of attacks and didn't show any signs of being killed. He wasn't even injured. The Black Scale tribe was furious and attacked again. Their attention was completely attracted. Chen Zong made a move. Great Void Escape Technique. He took a step forward and appeared beside the altar in an instant. He reached out and grabbed the purple scale fruit. Without hesitation, he put it into the 9 heavenly rings. In the next moment, he used the Great Void Escape Technique again and quickly left. With Chen Zong's ability at the minor completion stage of the Great Void Escape Technique, he could travel a maximum distance of 200,000 meters in an instant. However, Chen Zong could also control the distance to not exceed 200,000 meters. For example, he could travel 100,000 meters or 10,000 meters. This way, the consumption of power would naturally be less. Now, the distance between him and the purple scale fruit was about 20,000 meters. With a step, he could travel through the void and directly obtain the purple scale fruit. Once again, he used the Great Void Escape Technique to travel 50,000 meters. After traveling 70,000 meters, Chen Zong still had a large portion of his power left. He took out a pill and consumed it to speed up the recovery of his power. The Black Scale tribe was all dumbfounded. It was just a moment of carelessness, and the purple scaled fruit that he had worked so hard to successfully catalyze was actually taken away by an outsider. If not for that moment of carelessness, with the strength of the rank 9 Black Scale tribe, they could have killed the foreign race in an instant. However, in that split second, Chen Zong successfully obtained the purple scaled fruit and quickly left. The astonishing power of the Great Void Evasion Technique was displayed vividly. Chase. Without hesitation, the group of Black Scale tribe members erupted with astonishing power and chased after him. As for Su Luan, she was instantly safe. Brother Chen is truly capable. Su Luan couldn't help but be secretly pleasantly surprised, and his heart was extremely excited. With the purple scaled fruit in hand, the next step was to escape from this secret realm. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to get rid of the Black Scale tribe. This was also a difficult problem. However, he did not know how Yu Tianming was doing after luring away most of the Black Scaled tribe. Towards Yu Tianming, Su Luan's heart was filled with gratitude. After all, this secret realm was the habitat of the Black Scale tribe. It was their territory and they were very familiar with it. In comparison, Chen Zong was very unfamiliar with it. Hence, he quickly fell into the encirclement of the Black Scale tribe. Sadly, Su Luan was also surrounded not far away. Chen Zong could not help but be speechless. However, in such a place, the void flying boat could not be used. No, it could still be used. As long as the protective shield was activated, it could resist the attacks of the Black Scale tribe. With a flash, Chen Zong immediately approached Su Luan. Just as he was about to take out the void flying boat, an extremely tyrannical aura instantly flew over from afar. That aura was extremely tyrannical and shocking, reaching the rank 7 Dao controlling realm. It was Yu Tianming. Don't be alarmed, I'm here. Yu Tianming's voice also came at the same time, like rolling thunder. Still alive. Su Luan immediately let out a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Otherwise, he would have owed a big favor. But so what if he was alive? The powerful Black Scale tribe had already appeared in the surrounding tunnels, sealing all the tunnels. This was especially so for the Black Scale race, who was at the 9 Revolution realm. He had occupied one of the tunnels and was getting closer and closer. There was 1 rank 9 Black Scale tribe, 3 rank 8 Black Scale tribe, and 9 rank 7 Black Scale tribe. They surrounded them, as if there was no chance of survival. Both of you, quickly retreat. Yu Tianming's voice directly transmitted into Chen Zong and Su Luan's ears. They saw Yu Tianming's black spear piercing through the air, instantly attacking 4 of the strongest Black Scale tribe members. The 4 Black Scale tribe members attacked and shattered the spear light. Although they were powerful, they were only rank 7. Chen Zong was inwardly shocked. Yu Tianming's strength was only rank 5 before, but after using a secret technique, he reached rank 6. Now, he was rank 7. This was a huge leap in strength. But looking at Yu Tianming's state, he seemed to be burning himself. But Chen Zong was puzzled. Did he really have to burn himself for the 2 of them? Even if he was a good person, he did not have to go to this extent. This was beyond his imagination. Time passed quickly. Chen Zong did not have much time to think. He saw Yu Tianming holding his spear, shooting out spear lights continuously, bursting out with a shocking aura. In an instant, the rank 9, rank 8, and rank 7 Black Scale tribe members were all covered, attracting the firepower. In the next breath, Yu Tianming's body emitted a blazing red light, like a volcano's magma that was about to erupt. His aura became stronger and stronger, filled with destruction. Boom! In the next breath, Yu Tianming's body directly exploded. An extremely terrifying force instantly exploded, spreading in all directions. The experts of the Black Scale clan who were locked on were all affected by this terrifying power. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the rank 9 Black Scale clan member. In just an instant, he was hit by the attack. His strong body could not withstand the attack of the lava-like air current, and his scales were shattered in an instant. 3 rank 8 Black Scale tribe members also had their scales torn and were injured. As for the rank 7 Black Scale tribe members, they were even more miserable. However, one of the rank 7 Black Scale tribe members was far away and was blocked by the other Black Scale tribe members. Thus, although he was also affected, his injuries were not serious. Because of Yu Tianming's warning and alertness, Chen Zong and Su Luan quickly retreated. In addition, Su Luan's secret treasure was still active, so the power of the explosion did not affect the 2 of them. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zong and Su Luan quickly left, flying out of the secret realm. Su Luan also made up her mind to take care of Yu family after leaving. After all, Yu Tianming had sacrificed a lot. Chen Zong's expression did not change, but his eyes were deep, as if he was thinking. When Chen Zong and Su Luan quickly left, the other Black Scale tribe members hesitated. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. The only rank 7 Black Scale tribe member that was still alive suddenly stood up. A red light flashed in his eyes, and there seemed to be an evil smile on his face. Immediately after, this Black Scale tribe member's figure flashed, and his sharp claws grabbed the air, directly crushing the necks of the injured but still alive Black Scale tribe members. Originally, the 3 rank 8 Black Scale tribe members and 1 rank 9 Black Scale tribe member were only injured and not dead. After some treatment they could survive and recover, but now they were directly killed. Chen Zong and Su Luan quickly left, flying towards the entrance of the secret realm. Chen Zong also took out the purple scale fruit and gave it to Su Luan. Su Luan could not help but sigh. This time, it's all thanks to Elder Yu and Brother Chen. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to obtain the purple scale fruit. This purple scale fruit's value was astonishing. It was also useful to Yuan underworld realm powerhouses. It should be the most valuable treasure in this secret realm. Divine medicines were also divided into grades. Low-grade divine medicines corresponded to Dao manipulation realm. Mid-grade divine medicines corresponded to Yuan underworld realm. High-grade divine medicines corresponded to transcendent realm. This purple scale fruit was a mutant fruit. In terms of grade, it was a mid-grade divine medicine. Moreover, ordinary mid-grade divine medicines could not be compared to it. It should be comparable to a mid-grade divine medicine. If this purple scale fruit couldn't make him stand out in the Godson competition, then there was nothing he could do. He had indeed tried his best. He even owed a great debt of gratitude. Suddenly, a strong wind sound came. From another passage, a black scale tribe member flew over. Its speed was astonishing, and it appeared in front of Chen Zong and Su Luan. Its body was surrounded by 7 scales, representing its rank 7 strength. After this rank 7 black scale tribe member blocked their path, it did not immediately attack. Instead, it sized up Chen Zong and Su Luan. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the other party. He felt that this black scale tribe member was somewhat strange. It was different from the previous black scale tribe members. However, Su Luan did not notice it. Her face was full of vigilance, and her expression was extremely solemn and bitter. The protective power of the secret treasure had been exhausted. In other words, she no longer had any trump cards to face a rank 7 Dao controlling realm expert. If Chen Zong did not have any, the two of them would only have a dead end. Now, they could only pin their hopes on Chen Zong. However, why did the black scale tribe member not attack immediately? Yu Tianming. Chen Zong suddenly spoke, startling Su Luan. What was the use of calling Elder Yu Tianming's name at this time? He had already self-destructed. However, the rank 7 black scale tribe member opposite them seemed to have moved. Its eyes trembled, and a hint of surprise appeared. That hint of surprise made Chen Zong immediately confirm it. All of this was a trap set up by you, right? Chen Zong spoke again, but he stared at the rank 7 black scale tribe member opposite them. Su Luan was shocked for a moment. She felt that her brain was not enough. How did you know? The rank 7 black scale tribe member suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse and strange, as if it was the first time he spoke. However, Su Luan's expression suddenly changed. Her scalp went numb. She felt like she was struck by lightning. Her mind was in a mess. What was going on? What was going on? Why did Brother Chen say that the rank 7 black scale tribe member was Yu Tianming, and even said something about a trap? Why did the rank 7 black scale tribe member seem to have admitted it? What was going on? Su Luan, who had always thought that she was smart and far-sighted, felt lost for the first time. Everything was out of her control. Chapter 21:11. Su Luan still felt that her brain wasn't enough. Because after thinking about it, she didn't notice anything strange. The rank 7 black scale clan member called Yu Tianming did not attack immediately. It was as if he had everything under control. After all, he had already planned everything. Furthermore, with his rank 7 strength, he did not feel much pressure facing 2 rank 2 or 3 rank 3 black scale clan members. The action just now had probably used up some of their trump cards. Even if they still had trump cards, they weren't afraid. The information about the secret domain should have been sold to Brother Su through your hands. Chen Zong spoke. His tone was neither fast nor slow, but it had some certainty. Su Luan was shocked. She had been targeted before? The black scale clan member showed a mocking gaze, hinting Chen Zong to continue. When we entered here, you should have known. In other words, from the moment we entered the secret realm, all of our actions were under your control. Asking for help from us should also be part of your plan, right? The more he spoke, the clearer Chen Zong's thoughts became. After asking for help, you proposed to cooperate with us. Using your reputation as a good person, you gained Su Luan's trust. After seeing the purple scale fruit, you came out alone to attract the attention of the Black Scale Clan and took them away. Your goal was to create a chance for us to get the purple scale fruit. But you should know that you couldn't lure all of the Black Scale Clan away at once. At that time, we needed to use some life-saving trump cards to have any hope of getting the purple scale fruit. This way, we would use up our life-saving trump cards. Listening to this, Su Luan's heart was like a raging sea. She was shocked to the extreme. When we were being chased, we had to use up our other trump cards. After that, you appeared. You fearlessly burned yourself in exchange for more power to stop the enemy. You didn't even hesitate to self-destruct to let us escape. When he spoke up to here, Chen Zong couldn't help but reveal a wisp of a sneer, whereas Su Luan suddenly had a feeling of being enlightened, and her entire body shuddered and seemed to become clear and bright. Too kind. In this world, there was no love or hate for no reason, other than one's own parents, who would be willing to selflessly sacrifice their own life. That Yu Tianming had the reputation of being a good person outside. This was true. However, there were many people with good temperament, but no one was good to that extent. There wasn't any close relationship between them. They just met by chance and knew of each other's existence. Coincidentally, they had a temporary cooperation. That was all. So, who would be so selfless and be willing to sacrifice their own life to pave the way for others? Only then did Su Luan suddenly wake up and see through the fog. That's great. Yu Tianming's performance is too good. Too good or too bad, it was extreme. It was not that there were no extreme people and extreme matters, but that they were extremely rare, and that represented a kind of abnormality. While thinking, Su Luan heard Chen Zong continue to speak. You should have discovered this secret realm for a while. You entered more than once. I don't know what method you used to control the body of a Black Scale Clan member. Finally, you self-destructed Yu Tianming's body, and your soul entered the body of this rank 7 Black Scale Clan member. Wonderful, very wonderful. Yu Tianming's voice was still hoarse, but he laughed. It was just that his laughter was very strange. Hearing it, one would feel a chill down one's spine. I didn't expect the human race to have such an outstanding person like you. I can't help but be tempted. Which branch of the alien race are you from? Chen Zong asked unhurriedly. You guess. Yu Tianming seemed to be very playful. Of course, he might not be Yu Tianming himself. The real Yu Tianming had died long ago. If it wasn't for completing the plan, I would be very interested in your body. This sentence made Chen Zong feel a chill. Of course, Chen Zong didn't misinterpret the other party's meaning. The other party was interested in his body, and wanted to take over it. I guess what you want is Su Luan's identity as the godson of Yiyuan's sect. Chen Zong suddenly said. Immediately, the Black Scale Clan member's pupils shrank. Your purpose is to take over Su Luan's body and become the godson of Yiyuan's sect with Su Luan's identity. Then, you can become the leader of Yiyuan's sect and use Yiyuan's sect as a springboard to control more things. You make me feel a little scared. Yu Tianming laughed strangely. His heart was indeed full of fear. There was a human with such a monstrous intelligence. In fact, he didn't know that Chen Zong's intelligence hadn't reached that level. The reason why he could make such a deduction was because of the godly feeling he had after breaking through to the spirit realm and the sharpness of his 6 senses after cultivating heart awareness. Combined with some bold conjectures, even if his conjecture was wrong, there wouldn't be any loss. Carefully collecting evidence and making bold conjectures, wasn't that right? Of course, Chen Zong wouldn't explain so much. Only by being mysterious could he bring more psychological pressure to the enemy. You shouldn't be the only one acting in this alien race. There are others. Where have they infiltrated? Chen Zong asked again. Since ancient times, there have been alien races that have tried to invade the human race's territory. However, they all ended in failure. At least, they were defeated and retreated. At worst, they were exterminated. I advise you to retreat obediently to avoid being exterminated. Human race. Alien race. Yu Tianming laughed strangely again. It seemed to be disdainful. Chen Zong's expression slightly changed. The opponent wasn't a human. Was he not an alien race? Then what was he? He couldn't figure it out. Alright, the game is over. Godson Su, will you obediently hand over your body, or let me kill you first and then take over your body? Yu Tianming's gloomy eyes gazed at Su Luan. Instantly, Su Luan's expression changed greatly. His body couldn't help but tense up. Cold sweat also seeped out of his forehead. Seventh transformation Tao controlling realm. This kind of strength wasn't something he could resist. He only needed one move to kill him. As for his life-saving trump card, he had already used it. Could it be that this time, he really couldn't escape? Subconsciously, Su Luan looked at Chen Zong. Chen Zong's expression was calm. It was as if he didn't realize the danger in front of him. It was as if he had something to rely on. Involuntarily, Su Luan's heart also calmed down a little. He didn't realize that ever since he entered this secret realm, his performance was completely inferior to Chen Zong's. Unknowingly, he also had an indescribable trust in Chen Zong. If Su Luan was a woman, he might have been so moved that he directly imprinted Chen Zong's figure. Do you think you have everything under control? Chen Zong spoke. His tone was still so calm. It was as if he wasn't facing a powerful enemy at the seventh transformation Tao controlling realm. Oh, what else? Do you still have the ability to turn the tables? Yu Tianming had a faint smile. His figure flashed and a claw slashed out. The killing intent was extremely shocking. It immediately filled the surroundings and made people's hair stand on end. Su Luan wasn't targeted, but he also had goosebumps all over his body in an instant. He was extremely shocked. In the face of this extremely terrifying and merciless attack, Chen Zong did not show the slightest bit of fear, nor did he show any intention of dodging. His eyes instantly brightened and shot out like a sharp sword piercing through the air with a peerless brilliance. The sword domain descended. It directly covered a radius of 100 meters. Everything was under his control. The extreme heart phaseless sword also appeared in his hand. The power of his entire body completely erupted in an instant and poured into the long sword. The sword body trembled and sword light burst out. At that moment, Su Luan seemed to see a star rising and emitting a shocking brilliance that illuminated all directions. As the star rotated, it erupted with an extremely shocking power, as if it was going to shatter everything. Great Star Shatter's secret sword. Slash. It was fine if he didn't attack, but once Chen Zong attacked, he used the Heavenly God Sword technique. Its power was extremely tyrannical. The space in the secret realm shook as if it couldn't bear it. However, Su Luan's eyes widened. He looked extremely shocked. So, this is Brother Chen's true strength. This sentence kept flashing in Su Luan's heart. It was simply unbelievable and extremely horrifying. The opponent was at the seventh transformation of the Tao controlling realm, and Chen Zong's cultivation was only at the second transformation of the Tao controlling realm. But what did he see now? Chen Zong actually used his second transformation of the Tao controlling realm cultivation to fight fiercely with a seventh transformation of the Tao controlling realm. Indeed, it seemed that Chen Zong seemed to be at a disadvantage, but he didn't lose the ability to fight back. On the contrary, as the battle went on, the situation became more and more stable. Su Luan was extremely shocked. The shock in Yu Tianming's heart could only be greater. His seventh transformation of the Tao controlling realm was very strong. It wasn't something that an ordinary seventh transformation of the Tao controlling realm could compare to. However, the opponent was only at the second transformation of the Tao controlling realm and could actually fight him head-on. Unbelievable! For a moment, Yu Tianming's eyes flickered as he thought about his plan. There was no doubt that such a person was definitely a top genius. He was at the top level of the human race. Then, his background must be very extraordinary. If he could seize this person's body and use him to do things, it might be more convenient for the sacred race's plan. However, this also needed to be carefully thought about. After all, he had thought about his plan for a long time. If there was a change now, he would need to spend more time to plan it properly. The sacred race's operation was only allowed to succeed and not fail. Because once they failed, they probably wouldn't have the chance to do it again. There was only one chance, and the price of failure couldn't be borne. As for now, he had to kill this person first. When the time came, he would preserve the corpse and slowly think about it. After making up his mind, Yu Tianming's attacks became more and more ruthless. He seemed to have carefully studied the characteristics of the Black Scale clan. Therefore, when he attacked, he displayed the strengths of the Black Scale clan. Fast, explosive, sharp. Every attack carried the intent to kill towards Chen Zong. The strength of a seventh transformation of the Tao controlling realm was not an ordinary seventh transformation of the Tao controlling realm. The pressure he brought to Chen Zong was very strong. At first, the secret sword of the Great Star Shatterer did not injure the opponent. Chen Zong changed his strategy. He no longer used the swordsmanship that consumed a lot of energy. Instead, he used a great swordsmanship to fight the enemy. Chapter 21:12. Within the secret realm, Su Luan had already retreated far away, because his strength was at the second transition of the Tao manipulation realm. He might be able to fight against ordinary third transition cultivators, but he would not be able to defeat them. At this moment, both sides of the battle had the strength of the seventh revolution of the Tao manipulation realm. The aftershocks were shocking, and if one was affected, they would be injured even if they didn't die. The two of them did not hold back at all in their battle. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was rending. In an instant, Yu Tianming's sharp claws grew in size and length, emitting an extremely frightening evil aura. That aura seemed to be able to invade one's soul and corrode one's body. It was astonishingly malicious. A claw pierced through the air, leaving a clear and visible scratch mark in the air. Chen Zong had goosebumps all over his body, and he felt his blood run cold. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. That claw was suffused with black light as it tore through the air. It gave off a feeling of annihilation. It was as if that kind of power would cause his soul to scatter. A sense of crisis that originated from the depths of his heart exploded. Without hesitation, Chen Zong performed the 10,000 swords return to origin technique. First sword, return of 10,000 swords. In an instant, sword light flashed. It was as if thousands of sword chi had gathered into a single sword and slashed out. This was a sword technique created by Chen Zong himself. It was currently at the level of a great superpower, but its power was extremely shocking. Even if it was just the basics, it was still unfathomable. Su Luan, who was far away, seemed to be able to see sword lights flying through the air. In the end, they converged into one majestic ray. That ray had a vast feeling, as if it could destroy everything in the world. This was Chen Zong's self-created sword technique. It was no ordinary sword technique. It was not inferior to the secret swordsmanship of the great refinement of stars. It should be noted that Chen Zong's talent was outstanding, his comprehension was amazing, and he had accumulated profound and solid swordsmanship. Moreover, he had obtained the memory of Sword Master Dongting, which was equivalent to standing at an astonishing height. After fusing them together, he used the Heart Sutra of the Heart of Will, Heavenly Palace's Heart of Will, to comprehend the myriad swords of origin with all his might. In the future, it would not be impossible for it to surpass the likes of the Great Refinement Star-Sweeping Sword. Moreover, under Chen Zong's sword, the power of the 10,000 swords returned to origin was even greater than that of the first level of the secret sword of grand refinement, such as the secret sword of sweeping stars. The reason was simple. The 10,000 Swords Return to Origin was created by Chunzong himself. It was the sword art that suited him the best and consumed the least amount of energy. To some extent, Chunzong's display of the 1,000 returning swords meant that he had shown his true ability. Fight with what you have. Since he had created the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, he might as well use this strong opponent to temper himself. However, the opponent's claw was extremely evil and incomparably terrifying. The sword light paused for a moment before shattering inch by inch. Heart fire! Chunzong muttered to himself. In an instant, the flame in his heart palace trembled and instantly became vigorous. It burned fiercely and released an astonishing power. Following that, the heart palaces shook one by one. Layers of power spread out and surged into Chunzong's body, filling his limbs and bones. Increase. One heart palace increased his strength by 10%. 4 heart palaces increased Chunzong's strength by 40%. The 40% increase directly increased Chunzong's strength by a lot. At the same time, there seemed to be 4 layers of light surrounding Chunzong's body. They were almost invisible, and the light was burning like a flame of nothingness. The power of the Taichu sword spirit body. The state of freedom. In this way, the power of the Taichu sword spirit was increased by 90%, further increasing Chunzong's overall strength. 10,000 swords returned to origin. The second sword was unleashed. The sword light was even more majestic and mighty. It seemed like one sword, but it also seemed like 10,000 swords. It seemed like 10,000 swords, but it was also just one sword. Under this sword, Yu Tianming's claw was immediately defeated. He actually defeated my great demon god Claw. Yu Tianming was secretly shocked. Although he was limited by some reasons and couldn't fully unleash his strength, at most, he could only use about half of it. But when he used the Sacred Clan's martial arts, its power was still very terrifying. Yu Tianming was confident that even an ordinary 8th Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm Cultivator would most likely be injured by his claw. But it was defeated by 2 sword moves. It was unbelievable. After defeating it with 1 sword move, Chunzong didn't stop at all. He used his exquisite footwork and attacked again. Breaking through to the 2nd Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm and cultivating in the Will Heavenly Palace had indeed increased his combat strength significantly. He was certain that an ordinary 7th Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm cultivator was no longer his match. His strength could reach the 8th Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm. Fight, fight, fight. The shocking battle made Su Luan dumbfounded. He felt extremely shocked. He felt that this level was no longer a level that an ordinary 7th Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm cultivator could reach. Chunzong's strength had once again refreshed his understanding. Compared to himself, if he fully unleashed his strength, he could at most kill an ordinary 3rd Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm cultivator. The gap between the 3rd Revolution and the 7th Revolution was shocking, not to mention the 8th Revolution above the 7th Revolution. Was this the gap between him and those true top geniuses? Speaking of which, to be able to break through to the Ascension Realm at a relatively young age and have a 2nd Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm cultivation base and defeat an ordinary 3rd Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm cultivator, Su Luan could be called a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to become the godson of the Yuan sect. But compared to Chunzong, a genius like him felt like a fake. The gap was too big, so big that it made him feel despair. Su Luan even thought if he should contact Chunzong less in the future. It wasn't that he had any opinions or dissatisfaction with Chunzong, but he was purely afraid of being shocked and affecting his state of mind. They were clearly of the same generation, and he was even older, but the other party was so much stronger than him. Facing such a gap, who wouldn't feel despair? Su Luan, who was lamenting and sighing, was in a mess. But the battle between Chen Zong and Yu Tianming was getting more and more intense. Yu Tianming was very strong, and his power was very evil and terrifying. It was different from the Void Demon, but it was also full of shocking power. For a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. In that case, I can only use this body. Yu Tianming narrowed his eyes and made up his mind. Immediately, he used the Sacred Clan's secret technique to burn the life of this body in exchange for more power. As long as he burned his life, his strength would rise to the true 8th revolution level. The power of his attack would have a chance to reach the 9th revolution, and he would definitely be able to suppress his opponent. Of course, the price of burning his life was the death of this body. However, he had his eyes on Su Luan's body, and now he was also considering Chen Zong's body. As for which one he wanted, he would kill it first and keep it before slowly considering it. In any case, with the Sacred Clan's secret technique, he could complete his reincarnation within a certain period of time. A feeling of horror immediately rose in Chen Zong's heart and exploded instantly. It was a feeling of imminent disaster. Chen Zong immediately confirmed that the other party was going to use some terrifying secret technique. For some reason, Chen Zong recalled that Yu Tianming's strength had reached the 7th revolution, and that was the sign of burning his life. Was the other party going to use the same trick now? However, it should take some time to use the secret technique of burning one's life. Chen Zong closed his eyes and opened them in the next breath. In an instant, his pupils seemed to have turned into nothingness, as if a void had appeared and spread out. Heavenly Divine Ability, Great Refined Void God Eye. This was the first time Chen Zong used this heavenly divine ability. This heavenly mystique mainly targeted one's divine soul. The divine soul's attack was incomparably fast and could not be dodged. It could only be blocked. The moment Chen Zong used the great refined void god eye with all his strength, he felt his divine sense being rapidly depleted like a torrent bursting a dam. It was directly consumed by 70%. Even if there was only 30% left, it would not hinder Chen Zong from attacking. Sword Dao Domain. Suppress. Heart Fire Level 4. Taichu Sword Origin Body's Power. All the power was mobilized by Chen Zong once again. In an instant, 10,000 swords returned to origin merged with the Sword Dao Domain, and its power increased again. This made Chen Zong feel that this was the true 10,000 swords returned to origin. Kill. Yu Tianming indeed needed some time to use the secret technique of burning his life. A little time was enough. But in an instant, his divine soul suffered an impact. The Sacred Clan's divine soul was very tough and strong, surpassing that of humans of the same level. Otherwise, he would not have been able to successfully reincarnate so many times. But Chen Zong's divine soul was also very strong, surpassing that of many cultivators. Many of the foreign races could not compare to him. With the heavenly divine ability, the great refined void god eye, he could use the power of the divine soul even more thoroughly. Under the direct impact, although it did not cause any harm to Yu Tianming, it caused his divine soul to tremble for an instant. The secret technique of burning his life was immediately affected and interrupted. The consequence of the secret technique being interrupted was the backlash of the secret technique. Although the backlash was not strong, just a moment of stiffness was enough to determine life and death. Because Chen Zong used all his strength, the increasingly powerful 10,000 swords returned to origin instantly attacked. Even though the rank 7 Black Scale Clan's physique was strong and his scales were extremely tough, he could not block Chen Zong's sword. Shattered. The rank 7 Black Scale Clan's body shattered in an instant. I won. Su Luan stared with her eyes wide open. She only felt that her mind was hit hard in an instant. Suddenly, an indescribable ecstasy rushed over her, and she could not help but roar. Too excited. Originally, she thought she could escape, but then she fell into a dead end. She thought she was dead for sure, but then she saw the hope of survival. The feeling of rising and falling in such a short period of time, Su Luan could say that she rarely experienced it. Moreover, it was never this intense. But the moment the rank 7 Black Scale Clan's body shattered, a shadow instantly flew out from the shattered body. It was fast, extremely fast, and indescribable. In just an instant, the shadow seemed to ignore time and space, and directly rushed towards Chen Zong. In an instant it entered Chen Zong's head. Chen Zong was also shocked. Did the opponent target him and attempt to seize his body? This was undoubtedly very dangerous, but for no reason, Chen Zong had a feeling that he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Ever since Yi Futian's debut, he had encountered countless cultivators with evil intentions who had tried to take over his body. Their cultivations were all stronger than his. The most powerful one was Sword Master Dongting, but he had still failed. Chapter 21:13 Possession. In the beginning, Chen Zong was very afraid and worried. However, as he experienced more, he did not feel much. This was because every possession ended in failure. On the contrary, he could gain a lot of benefit. Of course, this did not mean that Chen Zong could ignore the possession. In the past, he had to deal with it with all his strength. This time it was the same. After Yu Tianming's black-scaled tribe body was shattered by Chen Zong's ancestral swords, his spirit turned into a shadow and escaped into Chen Zong's spirit sea. As Chen Zong thought about it, his consciousness also sank into the spirit sea and saw Yu Tianming's true body. Without a body to support it, the spirit was loose. After condensing, it would take the form of the true body. This way, he might be able to tell what race the other party was. However, when Chen Zong saw the other party's spirit, he was slightly stunned. In the memories of Sword Master Dongting, there seemed to be no race with such a body. Could it be a race that had never appeared? The divine soul that the other party had condensed had the same appearance as a human. It had a head, a body, 2 arms, and 2 legs. However, its head was longer, and its hair was thick and hard. It looked like seaweed, but also like cold snake. It had 2 eyes, but unlike humans, the eyes of humans were horizontal, while its eyes were vertical. It looked very strange. It did not seem to have a nose. Its mouth should be very big. It curved from the left cheek to the right cheek. Just its mouth alone took up half of its face. This kind of appearance was really very strange. Moreover, it contained an indescribable feeling of evil. Just looking at it would make people have nightmares. The other party's arms were also longer than normal, especially its hands. One of them was slender, and the fingers were sharp like claws. The other hand was thicker, and the back of the hand was covered with a layer of cracked armor. Its legs were slightly bent, and it seemed to be very good at running, jumping, and exploding. Of course, because it was a spirit, it did not look as clear as a real body. He could not find it. Chen Zong searched Sword Master Dongting's memories and found that he could not find a race that matched the other party. Of course, Sword Master Dongting wasn't omnipotent. In the blink of an eye, his opponent's slender arms reached out and turned into sharp claws, as if to tear Chen Zong's spirit body into pieces. Chen Zong's spiritual soul almost materialized. He made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and with a flash of sword light, a sword appeared in his hand. This was within the spirit sea, and he was using his soul to attack. Without the restrictions of his physical body, it felt much smoother. With one strike, Chen Zong defeated his opponent's claw. Although this unknown race looked evil and terrifying, it did not have much of an advantage against Chen Zong in its divine soul state. Immediately after, the moment the opponent's sharp claws were defeated, the other thick arm shook violently. 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and the cracked armor covered it in an instant. Suddenly, a punch was thrown. His spirit sea also seemed to tremble at that moment. That punch was like a meteor crashing down. Its power was extremely tyrannical and shocking. It felt like it could blast everything into pieces. In fact, this unknown race's divine soul was still very powerful, but because Chen Zong's divine soul was more special than most cultivators of the same level, the opponent couldn't gain the upper hand. If it was Su Luan, she would have been crushed. Divine soul had always been one of Chen Zong's advantages. The battle in the Spirit Sea world was evenly matched at first, but then the opponent was slowly suppressed by Chen Zong, and then it became a crushing defeat. No, no, no. The unknown race also realized that he had chosen the wrong person. If he had known, he would have chosen Su Luan. Now it was too late for regret. Once such a top prodigy grew up, it was bound to be an obstacle to the Sacred Clan's plan. Evil God reincarnation, divine soul reversal. Even if his plan failed this time, he had to kill this person. Otherwise, it would definitely affect the Sacred Clan's plan. Without hesitation, the unknown race used a divine soul secret technique to reverse the power of the divine soul, instantly compressing it and detonating it. If the divine soul was detonated here, it would definitely cause terrible damage to Chen Zong. If the divine soul was injured, it would be very difficult to recover. It would also affect one's foundation, which would be very detrimental to one's future cultivation. The other party's desperate move was also within Chen Zong's expectations, and he had a strategy to deal with it. However, when Chen Zong was about to respond, a strange black shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere. That black shadow seemed to be a stream of air. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a human figure. Its entire body was pitch black, so dark that it seemed to be void. As soon as it appeared, Chen Zongxian felt an indescribable palpitation in his heart. It was as if this black shadow was a natural enemy, a great threat to him. The black shadow did not seem to care at all. From the human figure, it continued to expand and turned into a black net, enveloping the divine soul of the unknown race who was about to self-detonate. Then, it quickly shrank to a point. In the next breath, with a boom, the black shadow expanded like a balloon being blown up, and then quickly shriveled. The black shadow burped as if it had eaten its fill. Chen Zong found that the black shadow seemed to have become more solid from its illusory state. Immediately, the black shadow condensed into a human figure, a pair of eyes emitting a ray of red light, staring at Chen Zong. While Chen Zong was fully on guard, the black shadow retreated in an instant. He ha 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 ha. Your body will be mine sooner or later, mine. With a burst of sharp and strange laughter, the black shadow disappeared in front of Chen Zong's eyes. Only the echoes lingered, making people panic. Chen Zong quickly chased after it, but he could not catch up. He searched quickly, but he could not find it either. His heart sank. It should be known that this was his divine sea, which was under his control. But now, a strange black shadow had mixed in. It also had intelligence and could eat the self-detonate soul. It was simply terrifying. This kind of strange thing existed in his divine sea. It was not a good thing. However, no matter how hard Chen Zong searched, he could not find the trace of the strange black shadow. There was no trace at all. Chen Zong had no choice but to give up for the time being. But in the future, he must be more careful. Maybe at any time, the strange black shadow would appear and attack his divine soul. Brother Chen? Su Luan stood not far away and watched with a dignified expression. It's done. Chen Zong smiled slightly, making Su Luan breathe a sigh of relief. But Chen Zong's heart was heavy. First, the unknown race. He did not know what race it was. The few words that the other party said before made Chen Zong have a very bad feeling. The other party's words, what human race, foreign race, it did not sound like it was a known foreign race. The void was very big. It was normal for there to be foreign races that had not been discovered. But obviously, this unknown race did not have good intentions and seemed to be preparing to attack the human race. This was different. The other was the strange black shadow that appeared and disappeared abruptly in his spirit sea. Brother Su, after we go back, We should investigate the Yu family and see if we can find anything strange. Chen Zong temporarily suppressed the seriousness in his heart and said to Su Luan. Su Luan also realized that the matter was not simple and nodded with a serious expression. After the two of them recovered their strength, they quickly left the secret realm and sealed it again. Chen Zong also recorded the location of the secret realm on his astrolabe. After all, there were still some black scale race in this secret realm. They could continue to kill and skin them. The value was not low. Chen Zong, who was in a hurry because he did not have void coins to buy void flaming crystals, knew very well that void coins and void flaming crystals should be stored more. There were always benefits and no disadvantages. After leaving the secret realm's seal, Chen Zong took out the escape flying ship. The two of them entered, started the flying ship, and immediately left. The flying ship's speed kept increasing and finally reached the advanced level. Then, it started to travel through the void. One travel took 10 years, and they headed in the direction of the Yuan sect. With the escape flying ship, the time to reach the Yuan sect would only be much faster than Su Luan's own. In the escape flying ship, Chen Zong continued to search the Divine Sea. Come out. Unable to find it, Chen Zong planned to call the other party out. You can hear my voice, right? However, the Divine Sea was empty. There was no other sound and no figure appeared. It was as if it could not hear him. However, Chen Zong was sure that the black shadow could hear his voice. The reason why it did not appear was that the other party did not want to appear. Was it not confident? Or did it not want to pay attention? Chen Zong did not know, but he was sure that the other party would not do him any good. Since you have your eyes on me, come out and fight. Chen Zong spoke again. Is it useful to be like a coward? Even so, there was still no response. He tried again and again, but there was no response. In the end, Chen Zong could only give up again. Of course, it was only temporary. Not long after, the escape flying ship arrived at the periphery of the Yuan planet and slowly slowed down. With Su Luan's identity, the escape flying ship was not stopped and directly entered the Thousand Forms array. This time, Chen Zong could clearly feel the power of this array. It was very shocking. Most Dao manipulation realm cultivators would not be able to resist it. However, the escape flying ship should be able to resist it. With the escape flying ship, Chen Zong and Su Luan quickly landed and descended into the territory of the Yuan sect on the Yuan planet. Chen Zong and Su Luan appeared outside the flying ship. The flying ship was also put into the Nine Heavens ring by Chen Zong. It was impossible to tell the level of the escape flying ship from its appearance, so it did not attract much attention. Returning to the Yuan sect, Su Luan had an indescribable joy and excitement in her heart. She had obtained a treasure of considerable value. She was very confident that she could stand out in this godson competition and surpass the other 5 godson. Chapter 21:14. Back then, when Chen Zong came to Yuan planet, he was only at the demigod level. He was very weak for a galactic level force. The second time he came, Yuan sect was still a Yuan sect. There shouldn't be much change. However, he was completely different. He had broken through from the demigod level to the immanent god level and reached the second transformation of the Tao controlling realm. His strength was far beyond the second transformation of the Tao controlling realm. He could even fight a 7th or 8th transformation of the Tao controlling realm. His level was different, so was his mentality. This time, he didn't have the solemnity from the last time. There was only calmness from the bottom of his heart. Even if Yuan sect made trouble, he had enough strength to deal with it. In the worst case, he still had the escapee. In the worst case, he still had the identity of a true disciple of the Heavenly Intention Palace. Now it was different from the past. Brother Su, is Yan Zhen here? Chen Zong asked. Yan Zhen. Su Luan was a little stunned. Her face flashed with understanding. She seemed to know that Chernzong wanted to find Yanzhen. After all, Chernzong and Yanzhen didn't have any relationship. On the contrary, Yanzhen tried to oppress Chernzong and interrupted Chernzong's state of comprehension. This was more or less a grudge. Chernzong's goal was to end this grudge. "Let me ask," Su Luan immediately said. Soon, he got a reply. "Yanzhen is here. He's in a Yuan palace." Yuan Palace was the main palace of the Yuan sect. Under Su Luan's lead, the two immediately went to Yuan Palace. Chernzong was the foreign aide invited by Su Luan. Naturally, he was qualified to step into a Yuan Palace. Of course, if Chernzong showed his identity, the Yuan sect's leader would have to come out and greet him. However, under normal circumstances, Chernzong didn't plan to use his background to oppress people. Because no matter how big his background was, it wasn't as important as his own strength. When there was a major conflict or grudge, he would put aside his background and scruples and kill the other party first. As for the rest, it was a matter of the future. In the past, Chernzong had encountered many opponents who were more powerful than him. However, if they were a real threat to him, he would kill them without hesitation. Background was only useful when some conflicts had not escalated to the point of being irreconcilable. Of course, Chernzong was not a pedantic person. He knew how to use his background to oppress others. Yanzhen was present in the first Yuan Hall. There was also a middle-aged man whose aura had reached the 5th Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm. He was the external aide that Yanzhen had invited. In addition, there were other spirit realm experts in Yuan Palace. Chernzong sensed that there were 2 9-turn Dao controlling realm experts and 3 8-turn Dao controlling realm experts. They were the 2 vice sect masters and the 3 palace masters of Yuan sect. Finally, there was another godson, the godson from the mysterious palace and the foreign aide she had invited. All of them were in the Dao manipulation realm. When Su Luan and Chernzong entered, their gazes swept over and finally fell on Chernzong. However, Chernzong's aura was restrained and difficult to sense. There was a kind of secrecy that made people secretly afraid. There was no doubt that this person was in the Dao manipulation realm. However, it was impossible to tell which revolution he was in. However, to be able to be so calm in front of so many Dao manipulation realm experts, he was definitely not weak. Yanzhen, however, narrowed his eyes. His face was solemn, but his heart was filled with astonishment. How long had it been, and this person was already in the Dao manipulation realm? Yanzhen, you interrupted my comprehension back then. Today I will return the favor. Chernzong's gaze swept over and looked at Yanzhen as he spoke. Humph, I am not afraid of 10 swords, let alone 1. Yanzhen sneered. So what if he had broken through to the Dao manipulation realm? At best, he was only in the 1st revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. He was now in the 2nd revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. His strength was comparable to an ordinary 3rd revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. However, when he said that, he caught a glimpse of a strange smile flashing across Su Luan's face. There seemed to be a trace of mockery and pity in the depths of her eyes. Yanzhen did not understand what was going on. Indeed, in Su Luan's ears, Yanzhen's words were really ignorant. Of course, it was also because Yanzhen did not know Chernzong's true strength. If he knew Chernzong's true strength, who knew if he could still face him without changing his expression? Therefore, Su Luan felt pity. 1 sword is enough to deal with you. Chernzong smiled slightly. He did not mean to look down on Yanzhen. More or less, Yanzhen was also considered a genius. If he had not suppressed him and deliberately interrupted his comprehension, Chernzong would not have found trouble with him. The 2 vice sect leaders and the 3 palace lords did not say anything. Instead, they looked like they were watching a show. From their point of view, as long as there was no serious injury to life or death, it did not matter. Moreover, It seemed that Yan Zhen had once interrupted the other party's comprehension. That was a taboo. Now, it was reasonable that the other party wanted to return the sword. Without making a move, Chen Zong attacked. With a flash of sword light, he instantly broke through the air and attacked Yan Zhen. Chen Zong did not use his full strength, because he did not want to kill Yan Zhen. He only wanted to return the sword and teach him a lesson. When Chen Zong attacked without warning, the moment the sword light flashed, Yan Zhen only felt a flash of light in front of him. It was incomparably bright and dazzling. It was like the light from the explosion of the void. It was incomparably dazzling and terrifying. An extremely strong feeling of horror suddenly spread from the deepest part of his heart and exploded in an instant. With a loud shout, Yan Zhen immediately used his full strength. When he was about to draw his sword, he was a step too slow. His hand had only just touched the hilt of the sword. Before he could grasp it tightly, he felt an extremely terrifying sword chi pierce through his body and explode in his body. It rapidly spread out, as if he was being sliced by 10,000 swords. It was incomparably painful and directly invaded his soul. Yan Zhen could not help but scream. His face was ghastly pale and his body twitched. However, he did not die. The Sword Palace Lord's figure flashed and immediately appeared beside Yan Zhen. He immediately reached out and grabbed Yan Zhen's shoulder. Under the circulation of his power, he helped Yan Zhen expel the sword chi that had invaded his body. The strength of a Tao controlling Realm 8 was not bad. After 10 breaths, the sword chi was expelled. However, Yan Zhen's face was pale and his body was weak. He could faintly feel waves of tearing pain spreading in his body. "Young friend, your attack was a bit too heavy." The Sword Palace Lord's gaze was cold and sharp. A gust of awe-inspiring sword intent also spread. "Are you going to stand up for him?" Facing the awe-inspiring sword intent, Chen Zong's expression did not change. Instead, he showed a smile and asked neither too fast nor too slow. "Stop first." A vice hierarch spoke. Then, he looked at Su Luan and asked, "Su Luan, what is going on?" Su Luan immediately recounted what had happened in the past without any bias. "Since there was a grudge today, I will return it with a sword. The grudge is settled," the vice hierarch immediately said. Then, he looked at Chen Zong and asked, "Young friend, are you Chen Zong who joined Dongting Sword Mountain?" Being able to defeat Yan Zhen with one sword meant that this person was very strong. He was at least a Tao controlling Realm 4. He was so young and so powerful. He must have a very high background. From Su Luan's words, he learned Chen Zong's name and combined it together. He could immediately make a deduction. Dongting Sword Mountain was a powerful force that was far stronger than Yuan sect. Even if there were rumors that the Dongting Sword Mountain seemed to be in a bad situation, Yuan sect could not be compared to it. Therefore, before there was an absolute grudge, Yuan sect could not offend Chen Zong. It would not benefit Yuan sect at all. Chen Zong did not expect that the identity of Dongting Sword Mountain disciple that he did not want to admit was so useful. What if he was a true disciple of Etian Palace? After Yan Zhen took the pill, he gradually recovered. However, when he looked at Chen Zong, there was a flicker in his eyes and a trace of undetectable fear. Of course, there was also unwillingness and so on. But so what? That sword could be considered to have ended a small grudge from back then. It was also because of Su Luan. After all, Su Luan was the godson of the Yuan sect and could be considered his friend. He had to give him some face. If Yan Zhen wanted to seek revenge again, he would be directly sent to hell. Without any reason, Yan Zhen felt a burst of cold, as if it was coming from the deepest part of his heart. However, he could not find the source. Since the grudge was settled, Chen Zong did not look at Yan Zhen anymore. There was no need to pay too much attention to someone who could be killed with one sword. Next was the main event. It was the fight between the godson. Yuan sect had 6 godson. They were fighting each other and had reached the final critical moment, which was the final step. Now, 3 of the godson had obtained the treasure that they thought was the most valuable. As for the other 3, they had not returned yet. However, this did not prevent them from appraising the treasure now. "I'll go first." After Yanzhen took the pill to recover, he immediately took out the treasure he had obtained. It was a sword, an extraordinary sword. It was a weapon used by imminent deity powerhouses. The weapons used by imminent deity powerhouses were also divided into 5 grades. The lowest grade was a mortal artifact corresponding to the Tao controlling realm, followed by a spiritual artifact corresponding to the Yuan underworld realm, and then a divine artifact corresponding to the transcendent realm. This is a pseudo-spiritual artifact. A deputy sect master took it and studied it carefully. He was immediately shocked. There were relatively few weapons and treasures suitable for imminent deities. Not everyone had one. Some Tao controlling realm cultivators did not have one, while some Yuan underworld realm cultivators used mortal artifacts instead of spiritual artifacts. Of course, as a nebula grade force, the Yuan sect naturally had spiritual artifacts, but they were very few. A pseudo-spiritual artifact was very valuable. That's right. It is indeed a pseudo-spiritual artifact. Yanzhen revealed a smile. It could be said that he had gone bankrupt in order to obtain this pseudo-spiritual divine tool. He had paid an extremely high price for it. Su Luan was secretly shocked, but at the same time, he was relieved. Fortunately, he had obtained Chen Zong's help. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say whether he would have been able to defeat Yanzhen. It was very clear now. The purple-scaled fruit was a mid-grade divine medicine that corresponded to the Yuan underworld realm. It was also a mutant fruit. Its value was definitely higher than a pseudo-spiritual artifact. Only a true spiritual artifact could compare. Chapter 21:15. Thank you, Brother Chen. Su Luan raised a glass of wine. His tone was filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Chen Zong, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the purple scale fruit, nor would he have been able to suppress Yanzhen and the other godson. Of course, the other 3 godson hadn't returned yet. It was still unknown what kind of treasures they would bring. However, Su Luan was confident that even if his purple scale fruit wasn't the most valuable, it wouldn't be the least valuable either. Even if he couldn't become a sect leader candidate, he could at least become a vice sect leader candidate. Of course, it would be best if he could become a sect leader candidate. At this point, he had already tried his best. He didn't need to think too much. Next, he should focus on cultivating and increasing his strength. After witnessing Chen Zong's shocking strength, Su Luan was greatly affected. Now, he sorted out his emotions and worked hard to cultivate. Even if he couldn't be compared to Chen Zong, he had to at least become stronger. Brother Su, I'm preparing to go to the secret realm again. Do you want to come with me? Chen Zong raised his glass and asked after drinking it. There were still some black scale tribe living in the secret realm. Their scales were quite valuable. In addition, there were also scale blade grass and 1,000 scale stone. With his strength, entering the secret realm was equivalent to obtaining those treasures for free. Why not? No. Su Luan shook his head. He knew very well that even if he went with them, he wouldn't be a match for the Black Scale tribe. He could only rely on Chen Zong. However, if Brother Chen wants to sell those materials, you can find Yuan sect. The price is fair. Also, Brother Chen, you have to act fast. Soon, I plan to report this secret realm to the sect. Alright. Chen Zong smiled and stood up to leave. Su Luan sent Chen Zong out of Yuan Star. After the escape ship flew out of Yuan Star, its speed quickly increased to the maximum and it started to travel through space. After all, Su Luan was the one who found this secret realm. If he reported it to the sect, it would be a great contribution. Unfortunately, The fight between the Yuan sect's godsons was about taking back the treasure and not about information. Otherwise, he would have directly reported the secret realm, and Su Luan would have definitely become a candidate for the sect leader. Chen Zong realized how convenient it was to have the evanescent. He was very satisfied with his trip to the desolate Dragon Star. Therefore, he was grateful to Bai Mei and the other man who had invited him to the desolate Dragon Star. Unfortunately, they weren't in the Yuan Star this time. They had gone to other stars to carry out missions and train themselves. They were preparing to break through to the spirit realm as soon as possible. Not long after, Chen Zong arrived and entered the secret realm again. Some of the black scale fruits that had not ripened before had also ripened and could be harvested for consumption. However, there were still some black scale tribe members that had not ripened yet. Chen Zong planned to kill a wave of them first and clean up all the black scale tribe members in the secret territory before coming back to see if the fruits had ripened yet. As for the ripened fruits, Chen Zong ate them all and refined them. His world god body had also been upgraded, gradually approaching the peak of the second transformation. After the previous incident, the rank 9 and rank 8 black scale clansmen were all dead. Only a few rank 7 black scale clansmen and some rank 6, 5, and 4 black scale clansmen survived. 10,000 swords returned to origin. A sword slashed out. However, it was combined with the sword principal field domain, which made the sword more powerful. When Chen Zong had created the 10,000 swords return to origin, he hadn't thought about this. Only when he was fighting against the rank 7 black scale tribe members that Yu Tianming had occupied, under the pressure, he had accidentally combined the sword principal field domain and the 10,000 swords returned to origin. He hadn't expected that it would be so good. It felt like he had completed the 10,000 swords returned to origin. It also felt like he had found another application for the sword principal field domain. In other words, the 10,000 swords returned to origin without the sword principal field domain was just an ordinary incomplete 10,000 swords returned to origin. However, the 10,000 swords returned to origin with the sword principal field domain was the complete 10,000 swords returned to origin. The difference in power was twice. If the incomplete 10,000 swords returned to origin's power was 1, then the complete 10,000 swords returned to origin's power would be 2, which was even more powerful. Unfortunately, the sword principal field domain could only cover 100 meters. Beyond that, the power would drop to the ordinary level. However, it was too difficult to improve the sword principal field domain. Many Dao manipulation realm cultivators couldn't master the martial principal field domain. Even many Yuanming realm cultivators couldn't master it. However, Chen Zong could master it now and reach 100 meters. It was simply amazing. Under the cover of the sword principal field domain, Chen Zong was confident that he could fight against a rank 8 Dao manipulation realm cultivator when he fully unleashed his combat power. Of course, he wasn't a genius rank 8 Dao manipulation realm cultivator who could fight above their level. However, Chen Zong's current cultivation was only at rank 2 Dao manipulation realm. With such strength and superb sword techniques, the Black Scale tribe was no match for him at all. If Chen Zong hadn't wanted to experiment with sword moves, they would have been slaughtered long ago. Even so, it didn't take long for him to kill them all. He was familiar with skinning and taking away the remaining materials and resources that could be taken away. Immediately, Chen Zong left the secret realm, because it wouldn't be long before this secret realm belonged to the unitary sect. Of course, Chen Zong could also take this secret realm for himself as a true disciple of the Heavenly Intention Palace, and the unitary sect wouldn't dare to have any dissatisfaction. However, this secret realm didn't have much value after losing the Black Scale tribe and so on. After the massacre, Chen Zong became more proficient in the application of 10,000 swords. The creation of sword techniques had to be experienced in actual combat, especially in life-and-death battles, because in a life-and-death battle, you didn't have much time to think about what to do next. Everything was done in a flash. Therefore, combat experience and combat talent were extremely important. They could make the most effective response in the shortest time possible. Combat talent was innate and difficult to change, but combat experience could. That was to fight more often, especially in high-intensity battles and life-and-death battles. In this way, you could hone yourself and adapt to the situation, even turning it into an instinct. Chen Zong entered the escapee and started flying, while he calmed down and slowly comprehended. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared out of nowhere and directly entered Chen Zong's spirit, and was absorbed by Chen Zong. This sudden piece of information contained a memory. The content of this memory instantly made Chen Zong's eyes widen, but his pupils contracted instantly, and he couldn't hide the shock on his face. Evil God Tribe. Evil God Reincarnation. However, Chen Zong quickly determined that these memories should be the memories of the unknown tribe that he had killed previously. Evil God Tribe. What tribe was that? It seemed that among the hundreds of foreign tribes in the void, there wasn't a tribe called the Evil God Tribe. There wasn't much information in this memory, only the name and some characteristics of that tribe. For example, the Evil God Claw and Evil God Arm reminded Chen Zong of the previous battle. The Evil God Tribe's spirit body used martial arts, with a slender arm as a sharp claw and a thicker arm as a fist. However, there was no information about the origin of this Evil God Tribe. However, part of the plan was recorded in the memories of this Evil God Tribe. That was to use the method of the Evil God Reincarnation to take over the bodies of humans and try their best to become the upper echelons of the human race in various factions, wielding authority. Then, they would wait for an opportunity to summon more members of the Evil God Tribe. For example, the Evil God Tribe that he had killed had first taken over the body of a Yu clan disciple and then Yu Tianming's body. Now they had set their sights on the Unitary Sect. This was because the Unitary Sect was the strongest in the Unitary Star System. However, it was too difficult to directly take over the Palace Master, Vice Sect Master, and Sect Master of the Unitary Sect. The possibility of failure was very high, and they wouldn't allow it. Hence, they targeted the Sixth Godson. Coincidentally, Su Luan was searching for information about treasures and was targeted. Coincidentally, the Evil God Tribe also found the Black Scale Race's secret realm. Hence, the plan was formed. They would use the Evil God Reincarnation to take over Su Luan's body and then use Su Luan's identity to infiltrate the Unitary Sect. They would then find an opportunity to come into contact with the Palace Master or Vice Sect Master and take over their bodies. Then, they would come into contact with the Sect Master and take over again. Step by step, they were incomparably vigilant. This was because failure was not allowed. Once they failed, the plan would be gone, and it would affect the Evil God Tribe's grand plan. If they couldn't take over the bodies of the Unitary Sect's Sect Master and the others, then they would have to rely on their status as Godson to obtain greater authority. Of course, the Black Scale Race's secret realm was also a very important link. The Black Scale Race members inside were equally important, especially their flesh and blood. After killing those Black Scale Race members, they would use their flesh and blood to set up the Evil God Tribe's welcoming altar. This would allow the other members of the Evil God Tribe to descend into the secret realm. Then, they would lure the Unitary Sect's disciples in and reincarnate and take over their bodies one by one. Finally, the Unitary Sect would be completely infiltrated and become a stronghold for the Evil God Tribe. They would be able to descend on a larger scale. The information in this memory shocked Chen Zong. This method was too strange. Furthermore, it seemed that no one in the Unitary Star System had noticed it. Naturally, the information in the memory also mentioned other things. For example, in other star systems and so on. The evil god tribe's plan was to bloom in many places and not put all their eggs in one basket. If any of the plans failed, wouldn't they lose everything? Of course, it would be best to ensure that every plan succeeded. Only then would the evil god tribe be able to enter this place at a faster speed and develop rapidly until they occupied this void. What is the origin of the evil god tribe? Chernzong's consciousness appeared in his spirit sea and asked. Chernzong was sure that this memory did not appear out of thin air. It was given to him by that strange black shadow. After all, it was the black shadow that had swallowed the evil god tribe's self-detonating divine soul back then. Therefore, it was very reasonable for Chernzong to ask about that strange black shadow. There was nothing wrong with it. However, the black shadow did not answer. It seemed that it was unwilling to pay attention to Chernzong. Left with no choice, Chernzong could only withdraw from his consciousness. When Chernzong's consciousness withdrew, an extremely subtle and strange laughter seemed to ring out somewhere in his spirit sea. In the void escape, Chernzong carefully searched and sorted out his memories. Then, he immediately steered the void escape in the direction of the unitary star again. The feeling that came from the bottom of his heart was that the evil god tribe was not a small matter. It was a big matter and had to be told. Within the unitary star, the best target was undoubtedly the unitary sect. Then, the unitary sect would secretly spread the news to other forces and so on. Chapter 21:16. I don't know if you noticed, but the updates a few days ago were timed, because the 6th Dao took Lu Sa and Xiao Lu Dao to Guangzhou and Zhuhai for sightseeing. Mountain River Star, Chu family. Chu Shanhe walked out of the family's secret chamber in high spirit. Powerful aura fluctuated around him. Peak of the demigod level. A few years ago, after being provoked by Chernzong, Chu Shanhe decided to resign from the position of the Mountain River Hall Master in the second city of world suppression. He returned to the Chu family and focused on cultivating in seclusion to improve himself. With Chu Shanhe's determination, the Chu family naturally did their best to cooperate with him, providing him with the resources he needed for his cultivation. Finally, Chu Shanhe managed to raise his cultivation to the pinnacle of demigod rank. Next, he would break through to the imminent god realm. However, it wasn't easy to break through to the imminent god realm. Chu Shanhe planned to rest for a while after coming out of seclusion. He would take the opportunity to learn more and make sufficient preparations before breaking through to the imminent god realm. He wouldn't be able to bear the cost of failure. No amount of preparation would be too much for the imminent god realm. Chernzong, I should be able to surpass you now. Chu Shanhe was high-spirited. Even if I can't, I will break through to the imminent god realm before you. Because he thought of Chernzong as an imaginary enemy, Chu Shanhe kept cultivating in seclusion. He endured the boredom and almost went crazy. It was precisely because of this that he was able to make such great progress. Chu Shanhe excitedly went to find his father, who was the head of the family. Then, he learned that Chernzong had come not long ago. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that Chernzong was already a spirit realm warrior, and he was so powerful that even a few spirit realm warriors in the Chu family were afraid of him. In the end, they had no choice but to pay him 13 million void coins in humiliation. 13 million void coins. Humiliation. This news was fatal to Chu Shanhe, who had just come out of seclusion and was in high spirits. In an instant, Chu Shanhe's expression changed, as if he was playing with a superb skill of face changing. In the next breath, it was as if he had been ruthlessly struck in the chest by a giant hammer. A mouthful of blood spurted out like a fountain. Shanhe, the head of the Chu family, was shocked. He had never imagined that the blow would be so great. Actually, Chu Shanhe wasn't injured. It was just that the blow he received was too great. He lost control of his emotions and spat out blood. After that, Chu Shanhe's face turned ashen, as if he had been played to death. His entire person was lifeless. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and a figure walked in. Chu Shanha's turbid eyes only glanced at the person and did not pay him any attention because the person was a servant of the Chu clan. However, the slow-witted Chu Shanha didn't notice that the servant's expression was a little strange. It seemed like he was laughing, somewhat excitedly. "Young Master Chu, do you wish to obtain even greater power?" The servant suddenly spoke, his voice directly entering Chu Shanha's ears. Hearing the word power, Chu Shanha's eyes lit up as if he had seen hope. "If you want to obtain greater power, you only need to do this." That servant didn't give Chu Shanha any chance to ask. Instantly, he tossed out an inheritance spiritual jade. In the next instant, that servant's silhouette flickered, disappearing from sight. It was as if he had never existed. Chu Shanha was in a trance. He didn't know if it was an illusion or reality. However, when he saw the inheritance spiritual jade in his hand, he was sure that it was real. Clenching his teeth, under the temptation of greater power, Chu Shanha poured his consciousness into the inheritance spiritual jade. Immediately, pieces of information flowed into his mind. After a moment, Chu Shanha's pale complexion returned to normal. There was even a hint of redness caused by excitement. A trace of madness appeared in the depths of his eyes, slowly condensing. "Chernzong, in order to obtain power that surpasses yours, not to mention sacrificing 1,000 people, even if it's 10,000 or 100,000 people, I won't hesitate." Chu Shanha suppressed his voice, roaring like a trapped beast. The sect master of the Iyuan sect on the Iyuan planet, who was rarely seen, had appeared. He immediately summoned the 2 vice sect masters, 3 palace masters, a group of elders, and the disciples of the sect. Everyone was very surprised. Wasn't the sect leader in seclusion? Why did he suddenly appear? Could it be that something had happened? "Everyone, get ready to welcome the arrival of the true disciple of the heavenly palace." The sect leader gathered everyone and said with a smile. Just now, someone had sent him a message saying that a true disciple of the heavenly palace had come to visit. As the sect leader, he naturally had to come out and greet them. This was also the order that the sect leader had personally given to the people guarding the array. If the visitor's status was high, they had to inform him directly. A true disciple of the heavenly palace? Everyone, including the vice sect leader, was surprised and puzzled. A true disciple of the heavenly palace. There was too little information in the 4 words, so they couldn't think of anything at once. However, from the sect leader's appearance and the smile on his face, they could infer that the true disciple of the heavenly palace was amazing. It was at least a true disciple of a cosmic realm level force. If it was just a cosmic realm level force, there was no need for the sect leader to come out personally. Moreover, if it was just an ordinary cosmic realm level force, the sect leader wouldn't do this either. That's right, it's a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. The sect leader smiled. Will Heavenly Palace. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded, as if they had all been petrified. Will Heavenly Palace. Anyone with a bit of knowledge wouldn't know that the Will Heavenly Palace was the strongest force in the void. It was an unparalleled existence. For a time, everyone's heart was surging like a raging sea. They were shocked to the extreme. The Will Heavenly Palace was so powerful that it was said that its true disciples were at least at the Tao controlling realm. Moreover, those who weren't geniuses weren't qualified to become a true disciple. As for Yuan underworld cultivators, they weren't qualified to become elders in the Will Heavenly Palace. They were still considered disciples, but in the Unorigin sect, they were the sect leader. To a certain extent, a true disciple of a sacred ground like the Will Heavenly Palace had a higher status in the void than some cosmic realm level forces. Now that a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace had come to visit, how could they not be shocked? Naturally, the sect leader had to come out personally. One had to know that ever since the founding of the Unorigin sect, There had never been a true disciple of a sacred ground like the Will Heavenly Palace. This was the first time that a true disciple of a sacred ground like the Will Heavenly Palace had come to visit. Since that was the case, the Unorigin sect had to take out the highest standard to receive him. It was best if the sect leader, vice-sect leader, palace master, elders, and all the other important personnel were present. This kind of reception was the most sincere. Soon, with the sect leader taking the lead, they all went outside the Unorigin sect to welcome the arrival of the Will Heavenly Palace's true disciple. Not long after, a void flying ship slowly approached. Is that the flying ship of the Will Heavenly Palace's true disciple? It's really extraordinary. This was what a vice-sect leader said. Indeed, it looks simple, but in fact it has a kind of restraint, like a restrained divine light. Another vice-sect leader sighed. The void flying ship's appearance was indeed not bad. After all, it was a top-grade flying ship. However, one couldn't tell anything from its appearance. The two vice-sect leaders' words were more or less flattering. Little did they know that Su Luan's expression was very strange. That flying ship? Wasn't it the void flying ship? The others didn't know because they hadn't seen it before, but she had taken it several times. The owner of the void flying ship was Chen Zong. For a moment, Su Luan's mind spun rapidly, but she found that there was a feeling of confusion. Wasn't Brother Chen a disciple of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain? Could it be that the flying ship in front of her was not the void flying ship, but a void flying ship that looked very similar to the void flying ship? This was not impossible. However, when the flying boat landed and the people inside walked out, Su Luan was completely stunned. The two vice-sect leaders, the three palace masters and Yan Zhen's two godson were also stunned. Only the sect leader stepped forward with a smile on his face. He said, "When I was cultivating, I suddenly felt waves of heavenly music lingering around. I thought I was about to break through. I didn't expect it to be the arrival of the Heavenly Palace's true disciple." The corners of everyone's mouth twitched slightly. What heavenly music lingering around? Of course, this was also an exaggeration. It's an honor for the Heavenly Palace's true disciple to come to my small Unorigin sect. The Unorigin sect leader didn't think about anything else at all. He was full of smiles and incomparable enthusiasm. He didn't look like the leader of a sect, but more like a big businessman. There were all kinds of strange things in life. It wasn't surprising that the Unorigin sect leader was like this. At this time, the vice-sect leaders and palace masters should immediately come up and greet with the sect leader. But why didn't they do so? Looking back, the Unorigin sect leader saw the strange expressions of the vice-sect leaders and palace masters. He was annoyed. How could they drop the ball at such a critical time? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for the Unorigin sect? If the Heavenly Palace's true disciple had a bad temper and was narrow-minded, it wouldn't be good for the Unorigin sect at all. On the contrary, it would be a disaster. Sect leader, you don't have to be so polite. I'm a good friend of your sect's, Su Luan. Chen Zong smiled and said, "In addition, I just left the Unorigin sect not long ago. Because I didn't announce my identity before, they don't know. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Chen, and my name is Chen Zong. I was once a disciple of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain, but due to certain reasons, I was forced to leave the mountain. By chance, I am now the fifth disciple of the Tao of Heart from the Heavenly Will Palace," Chen Zong said. A simple sentence revealed Chen Zong's true identity. Su Luan and the others were enlightened. So that's how it was. The difference between a disciple of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain and a true disciple was two different things. The difference between a true disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace and a true disciple of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain was two different things. As for the difference between a true disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace and a true disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace, most of them weren't clear about it. But the sect leader seemed to know about it. Thus, after hearing Chen Zong's words, there was an indescribable ecstasy in his heart. Because the person who came to visit this time really had an extraordinary identity. Su Luan was even more grateful, and she had an even greater realization. No wonder Chen Zong was so strong. He was a true disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace. In fact, the reason why Chen Zong revealed his identity was because he felt that the matter of the evil god tribe wasn't a small matter. If his status wasn't high enough, his words wouldn't be convincing enough. Chapter 21:17. In the memories of the evil god tribe, the Yuan sect had not been infiltrated. Otherwise, there would be no need to make those plans. Therefore, to Chen Zong, the Yuan sect was a very good partner. Chen Zong felt that if he was not careful, it might affect a very large area. He had already unknowingly participated in this matter, and could not stay out of it. Since that was the case, he took the initiative to face the difficulties and do his best to get rid of this so-called evil god tribe. As for righteousness and the like, Chen Zong did not consider that. It was only because of the feeling in his heart that Chen Zong knew that he could not escape. With Su Luan on the side as proof and the sign of a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, the Yuan sect's sect master believed in Chen Zong's words. As for the matter of Chen Zong pretending to be a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, Chen Zong had already shown his identity. That was a true disciple token belonging to the Will Heavenly Palace and could not be fake. Of course, no one dared to pretend to be a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. Therefore, after listening to Chen Zong's explanation, the Yuan sect's sect master immediately waved his hand and got the Yuan sect to move quickly. They began to investigate the changes in the various forces under the Yuan sect through secret channels. As long as there were some relatively special changes, they had to be secretly investigated and eliminated. For example, if there was a great change in temperament, or if their whereabouts were uncertain, and so on. This was undoubtedly a very complicated task that required a lot of people, time, and energy, but they had no choice. This was because the target of the so-called evil god tribe was the Yuan sect. When it concerned their own safety, it was impossible to not mobilize all their forces. Of course, it was also because in the memories obtained by Chen Zong, the operation plans of the evil god tribe were often targeted at those with a certain status and power. Therefore, the targets of the investigation were first concentrated on the more important members of the various forces. Next, the less important personnel would be investigated layer by layer. Doing this was undoubtedly the most efficient method, but it would also increase the difficulty if it was not detected. For a time, it seemed like a normal transfer of personnel on the surface, but in the dark, it was like surging wave. It was like the depths of the ocean. It seemed calm, but in fact, there were undercurrents surging. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as still water current. The Unitary Sect was a galactic-level force that ruled over 2 galaxies. It was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. Naturally, there was also a huge power hidden in the dark. At this moment, this huge power was fully activated, monitoring everywhere. The spies planted in the various forces also began to take action. As for Chen Zong, he stayed on the Yuan planet to cultivate. He wasn't very good at scouting. Of course, if he wanted to make a move, he wouldn't be any worse than those who had undergone professional training. This was because he had the ability to sense the heart. Professionals should do their jobs professionally. As for himself, he should focus on increasing his strength so that he could take action. Time slowly passed. The spies of the Unitary Sect had indeed found some strange people. However, in the end, they were certain that they were not from the evil god tribe. In this way, Chen Zong had seen some dirty things. As of now, only Chen Zong could determine that the other party had been possessed by the evil god tribe. Moreover, he had to come into close contact with the other party and carefully sense the other party's aura. After the evil god tribe reincarnated and possessed the body, the soul's essence was still that of the evil god tribe. Chen Zong had obtained the memories of the evil god tribe. In addition, after activating the heart's perception, he could sense it. If the distance was slightly further, Chen Zong wouldn't be able to sense it at the moment. It was hidden too deeply. It could only be said that the evil god tribe's evil god reincarnation secret technique was too brilliant. After confirming that it was not the evil god tribe again, Chen Zong couldn't help but rub his forehead. This was the 9th time. Chen Zong couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. He was really busy. After receiving the news, he had immediately set off on the escape ship and arrived at the fastest speed. Then, he had come into close contact with the target and repeatedly sensed it. Finally, he determined whether the other party had been possessed by the evil god tribe. Moreover, he had to try his best not to be discovered by the other party to avoid alerting them. For a time, this involved most of Chen Zong's energy and concentration, causing his cultivation efficiency to greatly decrease. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Although he didn't like it, Chen Zong was very clear that this matter was related to him from the moment he entered the Black Scale Race's secret realm. However, at that time, if the evil god tribe hadn't tried to possess him, the situation wouldn't have been so serious. Now it was too late to say anything. In that case, for the sake of the void, he had to put in more effort. In any case, he was also a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. He more or less had the responsibility to protect the safety of this void. For the time being, he would use such a principle to set off himself. Chen Zong found joy in the midst of bitterness. At the same time, the other experts from the unitary sect also took action. Although Chen Zongtsai was the only one who could determine if the other party had been taken over by someone from the evil god tribe at a close distance, the other experts could also observe carefully and repeatedly to make judgments. They would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. Of course, before they were fully confident, they wouldn't act on their own. In this way, they wouldn't put all the pressure on Chen Zong. After all, he was only one person. The Chu family was a high-level star rank power. Besides controlling the Mountain River Star, they also controlled several other stars. One of them was called Wang Yuan's star, which was a low-level star. Naturally, there was also a stronghold of the Chu family on Wang Yuan's star, which was guarded by the Chu family's demigod rank powerhouses. Located on Wang Yuan's star, in a huge secret room of the Chu family's stronghold, Chu Shanhe was killing some cultivators. Then, he gathered their blood and drew continuously in the secret room. These cultivators were all cultivators from Wang Yuan's star. They had nothing to do with the Chu family. No, if they had anything to do with the Chu family, it would be those who secretly opposed the Chu family. The Chu family's management had always been very direct and violent. They were very domineering. It was normal for some people to be dissatisfied. When Chu Shanhe arrived, he moved quickly. He captured a large number of people who dared to oppose the Chu family. Moreover, he kept bringing these people into the secret underground room under the guise of testing martial arts. Regarding this, the Chu family naturally didn't have any objections. After all, they were assigned here because they were members who weren't valued by the family. Now that the young master of the Chu family had arrived, of course they had to cooperate well. They even had to curry favor with him. When the time came, they might be put in an important position. As for whether it was a test or something else, they didn't care. Chu Shanhe continued to draw with his blood, forming a strange matrix-like thing. It's finally done. Chu Shanhe stared at the secret room. The blood-red patterns covered the floor, the surrounding walls, and the ceiling. His pale and cold face revealed a frightening smile. Humiliation. The humiliation of being beaten by Chen Zong was something he swore to get back at him. However, Chen Zong's talent was too terrifying. Even if he spent all his time and energy on cultivation, he couldn't catch up to him. Instead, the gap between them grew bigger and bigger. It made him feel hopeless. Chernzong, on the other hand, had beaten the Chu family time and time again. He had even humiliated the Chu family. Unknowingly, he had become Chu Shanha's shadow. Of course, he wasn't the first, nor would he be the last. However, Chu Shanha was unwilling to give up. He wanted to surpass Chernzong and return all the humiliation. Since he couldn't do it through normal cultivation, then he would take the unconventional path. Even if he had to pay a price, he wouldn't hesitate. Moreover, the price he had to pay was to kill others, not himself. 1,000 people. Kill 1,000 cultivators. The higher their cultivation, the better. Take their blood as a guide and draw the flesh reincarnation matrix. Then, place their corpses in various places of the matrix. The flesh reincarnation matrix. At first glance, one could tell that it wasn't a matrix of the righteous path. It was full of evil and blood. In fact, it was indeed so. A matrix drawn by killing others was not a normal matrix. If it was discovered, it would definitely be destroyed. But now Chu Shanha couldn't care less. Of course, he wasn't stupid. He deliberately chose a low-level planet like Planet Wang Yuan. His martial arts level was lower, and it wouldn't be easy to attract attention. Now, the first level of the flesh reincarnation matrix was finally set up. It was only waiting to be activated to strengthen himself. His figure flashed, and Chu Shanha immediately appeared in the flesh reincarnation matrix. He immediately threw out a few drops of his own blood. Using this as a guide, he activated the matrix. The moment the buzzing sound was heard, lines of blood-colored lines also shone. As if they were lit up, they emitted a dazzling red light. The thick smell of blood also spread out. The red light moved like lightning and quickly connected. In the blink of an eye, it was distributed throughout the entire secret chamber. It was completely shining. The 1,000 corpses on the ground kept trembling and stood up straight. The scene was very strange. It was frightening. Even though Chu Shanha had killed thousands of people with his own hands, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. The 1,000 corpses all stood up straight. Then, their empty eyes stared straight at him, as if they were looking for his soul. It was impossible for Chu Shanha not to feel his scalp go numb. He was very worried that the corpses would pounce on him and tear him apart in the next breath. However, what he was worried about didn't happen. As the bright blood-colored light spread out, it dyed the corpses. The blood-colored lines continued to spread. It was even more strange. It was as if there were waves of evil wind sweeping through, and waves of malice spread. At the same time, the blood-colored lines also spread to Chu Shanha's body. The strange thing was, there was no discomfort at all. Instead, there was a strange kind of comfort. The 1,000 corpses also opened their mouth. Wisps of aura floated out from their mouths and gathered toward Chu Shanha. Aura bloodlines. Chernzong was completely wrapped up in the center. In the next breath, Chu Shanha only felt a strong and strange power spread out in his body. It spread to his limbs, bones, and the depths of his body. A strange feeling filled the air. That feeling was extremely comfortable and exhilarating at the same time. It felt as if his body was being forcefully transformed. His bones were broken and broken. His muscles and tendons were also constantly torn and torn. A strong force constantly poured in and repaired them. At the same time, it seemed to be transforming and becoming stronger. Chapter 21:18. Hexapatha's grandmother had a stomach hemorrhage this morning. Hexapatha has just returned from the hospital. The underground secret chamber seemed to be shrouded in darkness. In an instant 2 rays of red light shot out, as if they could pierce through the heavens and earth, shining in the darkness, filled with shocking evil. After a few breaths, the red light dimmed, and Chu Shanha's gaze returned to normal. Around him, the upright corpses had all been air-dried for many years. The blood-red lines on the ground and walls had also become dull, as if blood had been dried for decades and had settled down, filling the air with the smell of decay. Chu Shanha's lips curled into an evil smile, and then he exhaled a breath. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was as if a storm had swept through the secret chamber. The 1,000 air-dried corpses trembled in an instant, and were blown away by the storm, falling to the ground one after another. They were smashed into pieces, and then turned into powder all over the secret chamber. Powder! All of them had turned into powder. Crack! Chu Shanha clenched his fists, and a crisp sound rang out. An extremely powerful force burst out, giving Chu Shanha a feeling that he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. What a powerful force! Chu Shanha could clearly feel the changes in his body. That feeling of his entire body being filled with an immense amount of power was gushing out wave after wave. This sort of power had Chu Shanha intoxicated. Chu Shanha was sure that he had not broken through to the imminent god realm, but he felt that he was at least several times stronger than when he was at the pinnacle of the demigod realm. The first level of the flesh reincarnation array can already bring me such a huge improvement. What about the second level? Chu Shanha narrowed his eyes, his face full of evil intent. The first level of the flesh reincarnation array required 1,000 demigod realm cultivators. The second level of the flesh reincarnation array required 1,000 demigod realm cultivators. Above that, there was the third level of the flesh reincarnation array, which required 1,000 imminent god realm cultivators. 1,000 demigod realm cultivators were the easiest to capture, but 1,000 demigod realm cultivators were very difficult. After all, Wanyuan star was only a low-level star, and it was very difficult to gather 1,000 demigod realm cultivators without being discovered. As for 1,000 imminent god realm cultivators, even if they were only at the path-controlling realm, it was unimaginable. Putting aside the third level for now, he decided to complete the second level first. Chu Shanha was confident that once he completed the second level of the fleshly reincarnation array, his strength would definitely reach the level of the spirit ascension realm. Moreover, it would not depend on his cultivation base, but on his tyrannical physical strength. He wasn't at the spirit realm, but he had the power of the spirit realm. When he broke through to the spirit realm, how intimidating would he be? Just thinking about it made Chu Shanha extremely excited. As for the strangeness of the flesh reincarnation array, Chu Shanha no longer considered it, as he had already embarked on this path. Chernzong, you will die when I complete the second level of flesh reincarnation. Chu Shanha's heart was filled with killing intent and hatred for Chernzong. At this moment, Chernzong was driving the fleeting spaceship to the next suspected location. In the flying boat, Chernzong did not forget to cultivate. At this moment, Chernzong was trying to use the One Heart Sutra to assist the cultivation of the 33 heavens of mind. Both were cultivation methods, and in theory, it was difficult to use them at the same time. However, the Will Heavenly Palace's cultivation method was rather unique. In addition, it was Chernzong's sudden inspiration. In the end, Chernzong was not an orthodox disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. He did not join the Will Heavenly Palace at the beginning, but only joined halfway through his continuous cultivation. His thoughts were more arbitrary. That was also because of Chernzong's personal experience. Time after time, he had sharpened his mind and understood his nature. Using the One Heart Sutra to assist the construction of the Heart Palace was a first. Chernzong did not know if he could succeed. However, if he succeeded, it meant that he could cultivate both the One Heart Sutra and the 33 Heavens of Mind at the same time, which would undoubtedly be more amazing and save him a lot of time. However, when Chernzong put it into practice, he found that it was very difficult. After all, they were both cultivation method. Using the One Heart Sutra's One Heart Sutra to cultivate martial arts, Chernzong could easily do it. However, the 33 Heavens of Mind was different. There seemed to be a barrier between them. Chernzong was not in a hurry. He tried again and again, adjusting his cultivation method. His powerful god soul and perception, as well as his high realm of sword principle, gave Chen Zong more outstanding abilities. Trying again and again, failing again and again, Chen Zong gradually found a trick. However, there was still a long way to go before he could truly master it. At least, he saw hope, as if he had pushed open a heavy door a little bit. After many attempts and adjustments, Chen Zong finally arrived at his destination, the Thousand-Fruit Star. The Thousand-Fruit Star was a low-level star. The most powerful force there was not even at the star level, because the strongest warriors there were not at the spirit level, but at the demigod level. This time, the spies of the Yuan sect found that the leader of Family Mo, the most powerful force on the Thousand-Fruit Star, was acting strangely compared to a few months ago. At first, they did not pay much attention to it. After all, there were many strange situations. Moreover, the other party was just a small force. However, as soon as the Yuan sect gave the order, they started to work immediately. Any abnormality would be investigated, reviewed, and then reported. Now, Chen Zong had arrived. As soon as he arrived, Chen Zong acted immediately. There was no need to pay a visit. Facing a demigod-level expert, there was no need to waste time. Restraining his aura, he directly sneaked into Family Mo and found the leader of Family Mo. The leader of Family Mo was resting with his eyes closed. However, when Chen Zong arrived, the leader of Family Mo's eyelids twitched slightly, but there was no other reaction. He still looked like he was resting. However, Chen Zong caught the slight twitch of his eyelids. The other party was only at the demigod level, while he was at the imminent god level. Moreover, he had restrained his aura. If it were another imminent god-level expert with a similar cultivation base, they would not have sensed his arrival. However, the leader of Family Mo seemed to have sensed his presence. Could it be that he had made the right choice this time? As he slowly approached, Chen Zong opened his mind perception and enveloped the leader of Family Mo's body, carefully sensing. The distance was not enough. He had to be at least 3 meters away from the leader of Family Mo to have a better chance of sensing him. Chen Zong was also confident that with his ability, he could get within 3 meters of a demigod-level expert without being detected. However, just as Chen Zong was 3 meters away from the leader of Family Mo, who had not moved until now, suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils condensed in an instant, as if they had turned into the vertical pupils of a snake. They were cold, emotionless, and extremely evil. Without any pretense, the leader of Family Mo's left hand suddenly twisted and changed. The sleeve of his robe cracked inch by inch and flew out like a butterfly. The original arm changed greatly in an instant, turning into a strange, monster-like arm. It was covered with dark green veins, as if there was no fat at all. Like twisted steel bars, the 5 fingers became extremely hard and sharp. Sharp claws. In just an instant, the leader of Family Mo's left arm turned into a sharp claw. It directly tore through the void and viciously clawed at Chen Zong. The power of the sharp claw was extremely terrifying, causing Chen Zong's scalp to go numb. He felt as if he was about to be torn apart. Evil God's Claw. The common martial skill of the Evil God tribe, which was also an extremely powerful martial skill, had the characteristic of tearing through everything. At the same time, the leader of Family Mo's right arm suddenly swelled up, directly bursting his sleeve. It became extremely thick, and his fist was covered with cracks, as if he was wearing a boxing glove. Boom! After the attack of the Evil God's Claw, the Evil God's arm suddenly clenched into a fist and violently punched out. A shocking pressure was exerted, and the sound of air exploding could be heard. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. It wanted to shatter Chen Zong with one punch. There was no need to say anything. This person was possessed by the Evil God tribe. Kill. The sword light suddenly lit up and instantly pierced through the void. Perhaps it was because he was possessed, but compared to the rank 7 Black Scale tribe in the mystic realm, the leader of Family Mo's strength was greatly inferior. However, he was still at the level of the imminent deity realm. However, such strength did not have any advantage against Chen Zong. The sword light flashed, and the evil god's claw and arm were instantly cut off. Chen Zong's goal was to capture the other party alive. Capture the other party, and bring him back for interrogation to force out more information. This way, it would be more advantageous for the operation. However, the evil god tribe was not willing to do so, and directly wanted to self-destruct. This was the desperate move of the evil god tribe. Moreover, Chen Zong realized that he could not suppress this kind of self-destruction. Then, he could only kill. Decapitation with a sword. However, this was not the end. The evil god tribe's divine soul turned into a shadow and directly charged out of Family Mo's severed head, flying toward Chen Zong. Extremely fast. However, Chen Zong was already prepared. Great refined void god eye. Powerful divine soul power instantly shot out from the eye and directly hit the evil god tribe's divine soul, causing it to tremble and its speed to decrease drastically. There was also a sharp scream. The divine soul that had lost the protection of the body was directly exposed and was relatively weaker. After being hit by Chen Zong's great refined void god eye, the consequences were naturally not good, and a portion of the divine soul was directly destroyed. Chen Zong was about to use another great refined void god eye to destroy the divine soul when suddenly, the shadow that had been invisible all this time appeared again. It was extremely fast and unexpected, and in an instant, it directly swept away and devoured the broken divine soul of the evil god tribe. Come out! Chen Zong was instantly enraged. Kill as many as you can. That strange voice suddenly rang out in the deity sea and kept reverberating. After a few breaths, it finally fell silent and disappeared without a trace. Chen Zong's expression was extremely grave. He felt that compared to the evil god tribe, the shadow that was hiding in the deity sea made him more wary. What exactly was that? Chen Zong did not know, but he was very clear about one thing: that shadow had deep malice towards him. Perhaps it did not make a move because it was not confident and had been hiding. When it was confident, it would probably directly make a move and attack his divine soul. However, he could not find where the shadow was hiding, and he could not find it even after searching the entire deity sea. He was in a very passive position. Chen Zong did not like this passive position, but there was nothing he could do about it. Now, he had to be constantly vigilant and alert of the shadow's movements. Only then could he immediately react and attack the shadow the moment it made a move. Unfortunately, if he could find the shadow's location, he could take the initiative to attack and kill it. Exhaling, Chen Zong glanced at family leader Mo's body. His figure flashed, and he quickly left. Chapter 21:19. In the past few months, Chen Zong had taken action more than 10 times. Most of them were ineffective. However, he did find 2 members of the evil god tribe, who were both killed by Chen Zong. However, the evil god tribe was very proficient in the evil god reincarnation secret technique. They tried to possess Chen Zong, but their souls were devoured by that strange black shadow. That strange black shadow also fed back some memories of the evil god tribe to Chen Zong. Moreover, Chen Zong also discovered that his perception of the evil god tribe's aura had become stronger. In the past, he had to be within 3 meters to be able to sense it. Now it had expanded to 5 meters. Of course, such an increase was actually very small. However, Chen Zong knew that the more evil god tribe members he killed, the more he would improve. Perhaps in the end, he would be able to tell if the other party had been possessed by the evil god tribe members from 100 meters away. Another point was that the strange black shadow had become a problem in Chen Zong's heart. The Black Shadow can devour the souls of the evil god tribe members. This means that the souls are beneficial to it. If I can shatter the souls before it devours them, perhaps I can stop its growth, Chen Zong thought to himself as he stayed in the void escape. To a certain extent, stopping the other party's growth was to alleviate his own crisis. Although it could not be eliminated, it could at least stall for time. Perhaps he could find a solution. However, how could he erase the souls of the evil god tribe members? The great refined void god I could do it. However, it had to be done many times, at least 2 or 3 times. Moreover, the great refined void god I was a heaven mystique. Its consumption was astonishing. That Black Shadow would also attack instantly and devour the souls. What he had to do was to shatter the souls in an instant and not give the Black Shadow any chance. Chen Zong couldn't help but search. He didn't know if there was such a martial technique or secret technique in the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting. After searching for a long time, Chen Zong really found a mystique that was barely suitable. Soul sealing technique. It was not to shatter the souls but to seal them. Once the souls were sealed, they naturally couldn't be devoured. They could only remove the seal first. However, once it was sealed, there would be a way to break it. The soul sealing technique was a secret technique at the level of a great abhijna. It wasn't very profound, and it was relatively easy to comprehend and cultivate. Of course, it was easy for Chen Zong. After all, Chen Zong's perception was outstanding and his spiritual soul was powerful. If it were any other path manipulation realm cultivator, it would be very difficult for them to master it. In addition, the flaw of the soul sealing technique was obvious. It couldn't directly target the divine soul in the body. Only when the divine soul left the body could it be sealed. There was still a chance. The greater the difference between the two parties' souls, the greater the success rate and vice versa. Chen Zong's spirit was very strong, far stronger than that of many cultivators. This soul-sealing technique was indeed very suitable for him to practice. Comprehension. Cultivate. He had to master it as soon as possible. The soul-sealing technique was, in essence, an application of spiritual energy. It was a rather brilliant application. Time passed slowly. Chen Zong had grasped the surface of the soul-sealing technique. Then, he reached entry, small accomplishment, and not long after, he reached greater accomplishment. He was only one step away from perfection. However, it was very difficult to go from greater accomplishment to perfection. Chen Zong couldn't do it in a short time. Chen Zong also received news that the evil god tribe was suspected to have sacrificed their spies. Move out! Move out! If it was the evil god tribe, it would be a good time to test the power of the soul-sealing technique. Indeed, with Chen Zong's perception, he did sense the evil god race. On the other hand, the other party also sensed Chen Zong. This was because Chen Zong had killed members of the evil god tribe before. The aura of the evil god tribe before their deaths remained on him. This aura could only be sensed by members of the evil god tribe. As such, Chen Zong couldn't hide his aura in front of the evil god tribe. Kill. Chen Zong directly killed the evil god tribe member who tried to take over his body. His spiritual energy appeared. Chen Zong's eyes flashed, and a soul-sealing technique's spiritual energy shot out in an instant, directly entangling the evil god tribe member's spiritual energy. In just an instant, the soul-sealing technique was completed, forming a seal. The evil god tribe member's spiritual energy let out a panicked scream, but there was nothing he could do. The Black Shadow also instantly attacked. However, this time, Chen Zong was prepared. He immediately grabbed the evil god tribe member's spiritual energy that was sealed and quickly kept it. Give me the spiritual energy. The Black Shadow's sharp voice suddenly rang out, as if it was exasperated and filled with anger. That spiritual energy should be its prey, its food. But now it was taken away by Chen Zong. How could it not be angry? Who exactly are you? Chen Zong asked coldly. Give me the spiritual energy. The black shadow appeared in Chen Zong's spirit sea, taking on a human form. However, its face couldn't be seen because its entire body was pitch black. Only its eyes were scarlet, emitting an extremely terrifying red light. Those scarlet eyes seemed to contain all the evil in the world. It was extremely terrifying. "State your identity," Chen Zong said again. "Give me the spiritual energy." The red light in the black shadow's eyes shot out, as if it wanted to penetrate through. Chen Zong felt a deep sense of malice. The other party was getting increasingly angry. "State your identity." Chen Zong's consciousness also condensed in an instant, appearing in his spirit sea. With a long sword in his right hand, he directly slashed out. Since the other party didn't want to speak, since it had appeared, then it could only die. This sword was filled with killing intent. Chen Zong showed no mercy. Hit. However, the moment the sword hit the strange black shadow and penetrated it, Chen Zong also felt a piercing pain in his spiritual consciousness. It was as if he had also been hit by the sword. However, this kind of pain was still bearable. Slash. The sword slashed out at an extremely fast speed, directly cutting the strange black shadow in half. At the same time, Chen Zong also felt a terrible pain exploding in his consciousness, as if he had also been cut in half. What was going on? "I am you. You are me. If you kill me, you will also die." The strange black shadow suddenly laughed eerily. Its voice became sharper, echoing in the spirit sea. Chen Zong couldn't help but withdraw his sword and frown. He was sure that the other party didn't fight back just now, but he did feel a sharp pain. Could it be that this strange black shadow was really related to him? What on earth was going on? Chen Zong couldn't figure it out. "Give me your spiritual consciousness. As long as I devour your spiritual consciousness and strengthen it, I can also feed it back to you and strengthen your spiritual consciousness." The black shadow stared at Chen Zong with its scarlet eyes. Its sharp voice had a hint of a mysterious smile, as if it was negotiating with him. "No." Chen Zong rejected it without hesitation. "First, tell me who you are. Why did you appear in my spirit sea?" "I've said it before. I am you and you are me. I was born because of you, and I am one with your spiritual consciousness." The strange black shadow's eyes flickered with red light, and its words were filled with certainty. "Born because of me, and you are one with my spiritual consciousness." Chen Zong couldn't help but think. While Chen Zong was thinking, the strange black shadow's eyes continued to flicker with red light. "That's right. Give me your spiritual consciousness, and you will become even stronger." The black shadow continued to speak, guiding Chen Zong's thoughts. "If I devour your spiritual consciousness, I can also provide you with help. I can let you know more about the evil god tribe and better deal with them. I will give you my spiritual consciousness, and you will leave my spirit sea," Chen Zong said. "No, my spiritual consciousness is one with your spiritual consciousness. I cannot leave," the strange black shadow said. Chen Zong fell silent as if he was thinking. Then, his spiritual consciousness dispersed, and his consciousness left the spirit sea and returned to his body. Damn it! This scene instantly made the strange black shadow furious. Spiritual consciousness, give me your spiritual consciousness. However, Chen Zong ignored him. The strange black shadow's words made Chen Zong feel that they were half-truths and half-lies, and he couldn't believe them. In the next breath, Chen Zong's consciousness condensed again and appeared in the spirit sea. At the same time, Chen Zong also brought in the sealed evil god tribe's spiritual consciousness. Because it was a spiritual consciousness, it could enter the spirit sea. "This is the evil god tribe's spiritual consciousness that you want," Chen Zong said, and directly threw the sealed spiritual consciousness in his hand over. The ghostly black shadow was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the other party would really be fooled by him and believe his words. Very good. After he devoured more spiritual consciousness and became stronger, he would devour the other party's spiritual consciousness. At that time, he would have a body and truly live in this world. He didn't expect that the other party would be so easy to fool. A sudden change occurred. Chen Zong immediately executed the soul sealing technique. The soul lock flew out in an instant and landed directly on the strange black shadow. The strange black shadow thought that Chen Zong was easy to fool and didn't put in full effort to defend himself. He couldn't react in time and was directly hit by the soul lock. The soul lock spread out in an instant and quickly wrapped around the strange black shadow. "You deserve to die." The strange black shadow was instantly furious and erupted with an extremely terrifying power. That power had an extremely evil feeling, and it made Chen Zong shudder. The second soul lock flew out. The third soul lock flew out. In order to seal the other party, Chen Zong used all his strength, and the power of his spiritual consciousness was constantly consumed. 9 soul locks. A total of 9 soul locks fell on the strange black shadow. From the moment the other party was hit by the first soul lock, he couldn't avoid it. The 9 soul locks had almost exhausted the power of Chen Zong's spirit. For a moment, he felt a sense of dizziness and exhaustion. However, the 9 soul locks couldn't really trap the other party and exploded in an instant. The black shadow screamed and fled quickly. What followed was the soul-sealing technique's soul lock. That scream reverberated in the spirit sea, full of anger and murderous intent. Chen Zong was sure that as long as the other party had the chance, he would definitely kill him without mercy. What a pity! Chen Zong couldn't help but sigh as he resisted the dizziness. If the soul-sealing technique could be practiced to the perfect realm, maybe the 9 soul locks would be enough to seal the strange black shadow. At that time, the other party wouldn't be able to stir up trouble. Now, although he didn't fail at the last step, he didn't succeed. However, he should be able to delay for a while and have time to practice the soul-sealing technique to the perfect realm. Next time, he would seal the other party completely. The power of his spiritual consciousness was almost exhausted, which made Chen Zong feel dizzy. He sat down cross-legged, relaxed his mind, and focused so that the power of his spiritual consciousness could recover faster. Chapter 21:20. The void was boundless and vast. The passage of time did not leave any traces in the void. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since Chen Zong discovered the evil god tribe. In this year, Chen Zong had traveled more than 30 times and killed 7 members of the evil god tribe. Apart from the evil god tribe's godly soul that was swallowed by the strange black shadow at the beginning, Chen Zong sealed 4 groups of godly souls with the soul-sealing technique. As for the strange black shadow, it disappeared after being hit by the soul-sealing technique formed by Chen Zong's 9 soul lock. It never appeared again, as if it had really disappeared. However, Chen Zong would not let his guard down. He knew very well that even if he could not sense it, the strange black shadow was definitely still there. It was just that he did not know when it would suddenly appear and cause him trouble again. In this year, Chen Zong's cultivation was still at the second transformation of the Tao controlling realm and the second transformation of the divine body realm. However, his control and application of his own power had improved a lot. When one's cultivation reached the illuminating realm, it became very difficult to improve. Some cultivators who were less talented and did not have many opportunities might not be able to improve their cultivation by one transformation even after hundreds of years. In general, when one's cultivation reached the illuminating realm, the gap would be widened again. Some cultivators might be able to improve their cultivation by one transformation in a few years, but some would need more than 10 years or even decades. Some would need hundreds of years. Chen Zong had only broken through to the illuminating realm a few years ago. Now that he was at the second transformation, he could be considered to have reached the peak of the second transformation. One more step and he would be at the third transformation. In the entire void, this speed was considered very fast. In terms of cultivation, the biggest benefit was to use the heart and mind realm of the Heart Sutra to drive the cultivation of the 33 heavens of mind. Under Chern Zong's unremitting efforts, he finally achieved result. Now, he could indeed use the Heart Sutra to help the cultivation of the 33 heavens of mind and build the Heart Palace. Under such circumstances, the fifth Heart Palace was also successfully forged to completion. However, Chern Zong found that the difficulty of building the sixth Heart Palace had increased by another level. It was extremely difficult to reach the entry level. Fortunately, he had also cultivated the first stage of the One Heart Sutra to the Great Accomplishment realm. Now, he could cultivate the second stage of the One Heart Ten Intent. However, as soon as he tried, Chern Zong realized that it was extremely difficult to concentrate on 10 intents at once. The essence of one mind and 10 intents was multitasking, and multitasking was not too difficult for Chern Zong. However, the Heart Sutra's 10 intents of one heart was completely different from normal multitasking. This was because the Heart Sutra's 10 intents of one heart was the foundation of one heart and single-minded intent. The mystery of one heart and single-minded intent was to focus all of one's attention on one point. The Heart Sutra's 10 intents of one heart was an expansion of the foundation of one heart and single-minded intent. It was as if a person's consciousness had been continuously duplicated into 10 copies. Each copy was complete and flawless. While these 10 copies were complete, they were also controlled by a single point of the soul. As for multitasking, it was to divide one's consciousness into many parts. Each part would become incomplete, but only a small part of it. Complete and incomplete had completely different meanings. Those 10 complete wills still had to be controlled by his light of the soul. The difficulty was undoubtedly greater. Chern Zong had tried many times, but all of them ended in failure. Why do I have to pursue the Heart Sutra from the start? Chern Zong suddenly had an idea. When the path was difficult to walk down, one had to find a way to adapt. It was difficult to achieve the Heart Sutra in one go. In that case, why not try lowering the difficulty? For example, starting with the Heart Sutra. After trying, although it was still difficult, Chern Zong could feel that the difficulty had decreased by a lot. The Heart Sutra. It was as if one's consciousness had been divided into 2 parts. Not only were these 2 parts complete, but they also existed independently. It was as if he had become 2 different people. It was very magical. However, these 2 independent and complete consciousnesses were completely controlled by him. It was as if he had become 2 complete people in an instant. Chern Zong tried to comprehend the mystical power using the Heart Sutra. He realized that he could comprehend 2 mystical powers at the same time without interfering with each other. However, the consumption of mental strength was very shocking. It was twice the consumption of mental strength when activating the Heart Sutra. In this case, if he were to use the Heart Sutra, wouldn't the consumption of mental strength be 10 times faster than when he was using the Heart Sutra? This meant that he would not be able to activate the Heart Sutra for a long time. As for the Heart Sutra of 100 or even a Heart Sutra of 1,000, it was even more terrifying. Chern Zong estimated that the consumption of the Heart Sutra of 100 Heart Sutra would be enough to empty his mental strength in a short period of time. This also meant that the Heart Sutra could not be maintained for a long time. Especially when one's cultivation level was higher, the duration might be shorter. Then, what was the meaning of the Heart Sutra? Chern Zong was not very clear about it now. However, since it was the foundation of the Heart Sutra Palace, it naturally had its reasons. The Heart Sutra consumed twice as much mental strength. However, Chern Zong's mental strength was very strong. Hence, he could sustain it for a longer time. Suddenly, Chern Zong sensed a strange movement in the 9 heavens ring. It was a crystal ball that was trembling. This is... Chern Zong took out the crystal ball and looked at it. He suddenly remembered that this was the crystal ball of the spring rain brothel. The crystal ball immediately emitted a burst of light. It was drizzling, ancient and profound. In the end, a black gold mask appeared in front of Chen Zong. You actually broke through to the imminent deity realm. The black gold mask was just a mask. No expression could be seen, but its tone was full of shock. Previously, the black gold mask had once recruited Chen Zong and promised that as long as Chen Zong served the spring rain brothel for 100 years, he would help him break through to the imminent deity realm within 10 years. From then until now, it had not even been 10 void years. However, Chen Zong had already broken through. The black gold mask could not help but be surprised. However, being surprised was one thing. The spring rain brothel had existed for a long time and was very ancient. It had seen a lot and was not too shocked. What's the matter? Although he knew that the spring rain brothel was mysterious and ancient, Chen Zong was not very afraid. This was because the spring rain brothel was a very special force. It was a force that focused on transactions. It would not discriminate based on whether one's tone was good or bad. Chu Shanhe is waiting for your battle on the Wangyuan planet. The black gold mask said neither too fast nor too slow. However, Chen Zong seemed to hear a hint of mockery in the other party's tone. Chen Zong was slightly stunned. Chu Shanhe? Wasn't that the young master of the Mountain River Planet's Chu clan, the hall master of the second suppressing world city's Mountain River Hall? After taking 13 million void coins from the Chu clan, Chen Zong had forgotten about this person. Now, Chu Shanhe actually wanted to challenge him. Chen Zong could not help but be surprised. Chu Shanhe broke through to the imminent deity realm? Chen Zong asked the question in his heart. Yes and no. The black gold mask's answer was very interesting. Suddenly, Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat. The other party was the spring rain brothel. Perhaps he could make a deal with them. What price do I have to pay to know the origin of the evil god tribe? Chen Zong asked directly. As for Chu Shanhe, Chen Zong did not care much. The evil god tribe. The black gold mask suddenly fell silent. Chen Zong also waited quietly. The origin of the evil god tribe is too mysterious. It is impossible to investigate. After a while, the black gold mask spoke, his tone somewhat solemn. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the evil god tribe has ulterior motives. Chen Zong could not help but be a little disappointed. Even the spring rain brothel could not investigate the origin of the evil god tribe. It was indeed very mysterious. Of course, the spring rain brothel was not omnipotent. For example, the spring rain brothel did not know that Chen Zong was now a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace because they had not investigated. There was no such thing as omniscient and omnipotent. The spring rain brothel could know a lot of information because of transactions. It was also difficult for the spring rain brothel to know some things that were too secretive. Since the spring rain brothel could not investigate, he could only rely on himself to investigate. The black gold mask disappeared, and the crystal ball returned to its original state. Chen Zong kept it in the 9 heavens ring. Not long after, another piece of news came. This piece of news made Chen Zong move immediately. He piloted the escape ship and quickly headed toward Wangyuan planet. That was right, it was the low-level planet where Chu Shanhe had challenged Chen Zong. Originally, Chen Zong did not plan to pay attention to Chu Shanhe. However, the news indicated that Chu Shanhe's whereabouts and actions in this year were somewhat abnormal. Abnormal actions. And he challenged Chen Zong. This meant that the other party was confident. There must be something going on. In that case, Chen Zong would go and take a look. He wanted to see what this young master of the Chu clan was relying on that made him dare to take the initiative to challenge him. If the other party was seeking his own death, Chen Zong did not mind sending him on his way. On Wangyuan planet, in the Chu clan's branch, a figure exuding a powerful aura sat on the main seat. Below him were the members of the Chu clan's branch. For a power like the Chu clan, after many years, they would have a lot of members. The figure exuding a powerful aura on the main seat was Chu Shanha. Young Master, the resistance forces have basically been annihilated. Below him, a group of people stood respectfully. In this year, they had seen Chu Shanha's strength. He was very, very strong. He was simply invincible among the demigod realm. The leader of the resistance forces, an expert at the peak of the demigod realm, had been crippled by Chu Shanha with one palm strike. The gap between them was too big. They all thought that Chu Shanha was already an imminent god realm expert. Don't let the remaining members go. Chu Shanha tapped his finger on the back of the chair as a red light flashed in his eyes. Traces of a sinister aura instantly descended, causing everyone in the hall to tremble. It was as if they had fallen into a dark, bloody hell. They were extremely horrified. It was too terrifying. When they saw Chu Shanha off, their faces were pale, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Young Master's strength seems to have increased. When he had just arrived a year ago, he was not so amazing. Young Master's rapid improvement is a good thing for the Chu clan. It's also a good thing for us. After Chu Shanha left, the Chu clan members discussed in low voices. Their tone was full of surprise. Of course, there were also doubts and curiosity. In just a short year, the improvement was so obvious. It was really shocking. However, deep in their hearts, there were deeper doubts and fears. It was just that they did not dare to voice them out. Chapter 21-21. On Wangyuan's star, there was a vast field. On the field, weeds that were as tall as a person grew wildly. The wind blew and the weeds swayed. It was as if waves were sweeping past, making rustling sounds that reverberated in all directions. A figure stood in midair with his hands behind his back. He was dressed in a brocade robe, and he seemed to be in high spirits. It was as if that figure was the master of this land. In the distance, a ray of light flew over like a shooting star and appeared in front of him. "You're finally here." The figure that seemed to be the master of this land had a sinister smile on his young face. His eyes were extremely sharp, and a faint blood-red light appeared. There was a trace of fierceness in his eyes. His voice also became fierce and manic in an instant. It reverberated in all directions, suppressing the rustling sounds brought about by the wind. "Do you know that I have waited for this day for a long time?" Accompanied by that mighty voice, an extremely violent and ferocious aura also exploded from Chu Shanha's body. In an instant, the wind in all directions stopped. The weeds below were also suppressed by an invisible force in an instant. Then, they all shattered and turned into a pile of grass. Chen Zong paused. His gaze focused on Chu Shanha, and he frowned slightly. The current Chu Shanha looked quite different from the Chu Shanha in his memory. This person was still Chu Shanha. His appearance had not changed, but his aura, or rather, his temperament, had changed. In the past, the temperament that Chu Shanha had cultivated was a little domineering. After all, the Chu clan's magical powers were related to the mysteries of the mountains and rivers. Since the mountains and rivers were the main focus, there would naturally be a great momentum and domineering restraint. But now, Chu Shanha's temperament had changed. It had become a little strange, and his entire person seemed to have a little more demonic charm. It was as if he had become a different person. However, Chen Zong could still feel Chu Shanha's original aura. Could it be that Chu Shanha has been taken over by the evil god tribe? Chen Zong could not help but think, but he immediately denied it. If Chu Shanha had been possessed by the evil god race, he shouldn't have taken the initiative to challenge him. Instead, he should have acted in the dark, making preparations for the evil god race's plan. He reckoned that Chu Shanha must have obtained some kind of special opportunity or inheritance, causing his strength to increase by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time. With such great strength, it gave Chu Shanha greater confidence, which was why he challenged Yi Shiwen through the spring rain house. Thinking of this, Chen Zong's interest was piqued. What kind of inheritance did Chu Shanhe obtain? It seemed to be very unusual. Moreover, Chen Zong also noticed that Chu Shanhe's aura was still at the demigod rank, while he himself was at the Ascension realm. What confidence did he have to contend against a Ascension realm expert as a demigod? Show me what you've got. Chen Zong smiled. Die. As soon as Chu Shanhe's voice fell, he suddenly struck out with his palm. This palm was the Chu family's mountain and river palm. The palm print transformed into a mountain and river as it directly blasted towards Chen Zong, wanting to suppress and crush Chen Zong. Chen Zong's expression turned solemn. Chu Shanhe's cultivation was clearly only at the demigod rank. Why did his palm strike give him a sense of crisis? Traces of scarlet energy swirled around the palm strike. Chen Zong could feel that it was the scarlet energy swirling around the mountain river palm imprint that was threatening him. It seemed to be a very frightening power. Perhaps this was the opportunity that Chu Shanhe had obtained. However, what kind of opportunity could actually allow a demigod rank cultivator to threaten him, an Ascension realm expert? It was simply inconceivable. As this thought flashed through his mind, the palm strike had already arrived. Chen Zong did not draw his sword. He merely used his finger in place of a sword to attack the mountain river palm print. In an instant, the palm print was shattered, and so was the scarlet aura. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it wrapped around Chen Zong's finger, causing Chen Zong to feel as if the blood in his finger was being drawn and was about to burst out of his finger. In addition, the scarlet aura contained an extremely frightening destructive power, as if it was about to crush Chen Zong's finger. Strange and overbearing. However, this kind of power was still not enough for Chen Zong. His sword finger trembled, and a sharp light surged. In an instant, the scarlet aura completely shattered and disappeared. Chu Shanhe suddenly let out a long howl. The howl was resounding and sharp, as if it was a demonic sound that pierced through one's brain. Then, his long robe fluttered in the wind, making rustling sounds. On his skin, streaks of scarlet lines appeared and spread rapidly, covering every inch of his body at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, scarlet lines appeared all over Chu Shanhe's body, including his face. As the scarlet lines spread, they went up from his cheeks, over his eyebrows, and converged between his eyebrows. Then, they quickly spread to his eyes. Chen Zong noticed that Chu Shanhe's pupils had also changed. His originally black, round pupils had become vertical pupils, and a dazzling red light appeared in the center. It was extremely scarlet and very dazzling. Chu Shanhe, who was covered with scarlet lines, had an increasingly evil and strange aura. When Chen Zong gazed into Chu Shanhe's eyes, his expression changed slightly. He only felt an extremely evil willpower, which seemed to be shooting out from Chu Shanhe's eyes, as if it was going to penetrate his spirit and affect his mind, causing chaos. If it were a more ordinary imminent divinity realm cultivator, they might have already fallen for it. However, Chen Zong would not, because Chen Zong's spirit was extremely powerful, and his sword will was astonishing. It was difficult for external evil to invade. How could it be shaken? Streaks of scarlet qi also spread out from Chu Shanhe's body, circling around him. The qi was like a sharp, scarlet blade that was biting cold, as if it could cut through everything. In an instant, Chu Shanhe turned into a streak of scarlet light and shot out. Like a streak of scarlet lightning, he charged towards Chen Zong. In just an instant, Chu Shanhe had closed in. Chen Zong activated his heart perception and indeed sensed that there was no soul fluctuation of the evil god tribe on Chu Shanhe's body. In other words, Chu Shanhe was not possessed by the evil god tribe. This was very shocking. He was not in the imminent divinity realm, but he could explode with such astonishing speed and power. He completely belonged to the immanent divinity realm. This was extremely strange. In the memories of Sword Master Dongting, there was no information related to this. The gap between the demigod realm and the immanent divinity realm was like a chasm. This was publicly acknowledged. Back then, before Sword Master Dongting planned to possess Chenzong, he had to first help Chenzong refine the Sword Dao origin. Only then could he have the confidence to possess the power of the immanent divinity realm at the demigod realm. The Sword Dao origin. How shocking was it? It was a supreme treasure that even sovereign realm experts would be moved by. Only such a supreme treasure could forge the power of the immanent divinity realm at the demigod realm. But now, Chu Shanhe could unleash the power of the immanent divinity realm at the demigod realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary immanent divinity realm expert. Could it be that Chu Shanhe had fused with a supreme treasure similar to the Sword Dao origin in the inheritance that he had obtained? If that was the case, then it could only be said that Chu Shanhe's luck was extremely shocking. This time, if he had not taken the initiative to provoke Chenzong, he might have become a supreme expert in the void in the future. But it was a pity that since Chu Shanhe had taken the initiative to challenge Chenzong, and Chenzong had also come, this battle would only end in death. Chu Shanhe's speed was extremely fast. With a flash of bloody light, he arrived before Chenzong. His palm was condensed with extremely terrifying power, and it directly blasted towards Chenzong's chest, as if he wanted to shatter Chenzong's heart with his palm. Chenzong only felt that his heart suddenly trembled, as if it was being held by an invisible hand, and was about to be crushed. This kind of strength was too terrifying. But Chenzong's reaction was extremely fast. He pointed out his sword finger, and it pierced through the void like a real sword, revealing an unparalleled sharpness, as if there was nothing that could not be destroyed by the sword. But the scarlet force condensed in Chu Shanhe's fist was also very terrifying. It actually blocked Chenzong's sword finger. Fast. Chu Shanhe's speed of changing his moves was also astonishing. His other fist blasted out in an instant, and then his two legs blasted towards Chenzong. For a moment, Chu Shanhe's entire body seemed to have turned into a weapon, attacking crazily. Violent and strange, his strength was extremely overbearing. In the end, he actually forced Chenzong to draw his sword. It was unbelievable. It should be known that Chenzong's cultivation was at the second turn of the path-controlling realm. Even without drawing his sword, his strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary third turn of the path-controlling realm. Even so, he still could not suppress Chu Shanhe. With the sword in hand, Chenzong finally showed his true strength. With one strike, he directly sent Chu Shanhe flying. No matter how fast Chu Shanhe was, he was still not as fast as Chenzong. With the sword in hand, Chu Shanhe was no match for him. Although Chenzong did not burst out his full strength with this strike, he did not intend to hold back either. Logically speaking, with the sharpness and power of this strike, it should be enough to split Chu Shanhe's body in half. However, Chu Shanhe, who was sent flying, was not split in half. The moment of contact made Chenzong feel that Chu Shanhe's body was very strong, like that of an Ascension Realm body refiner. However, Chenzong was sure that Chu Shanhe was not an Ascension Realm body refiner. That strike only cut open Chu Shanhe's chest, leaving a wound so deep that bones could be seen. However, in the next breath, a scene that made Chenzong's pupils shrink appeared. He saw that the wound on Chu Shanhe's body was suffused with traces of blood-red qi. As the qi wriggled and covered the wound that was so deep that bones could be seen quickly shrank and healed. In just a short time, Chu Shanhe's wound healed, and no trace of injury could be seen. Amidst his sharp laughter, Chu Shanhe once again turned into a streak of blood-red light and flew over to attack again. He had no intention of defending at all. He just kept attacking because his self-healing ability was extremely amazing. Even if he was injured, he would be healed in a breath's time without leaving any hidden injuries. Moreover, the power of that blood-red qi was extremely terrifying. Once hit directly, Chen Zong would definitely be severely injured and eventually killed by himself. Chen Zong dodged Chu Shanhe's attacks while counterattacking. His sword fell on Chu Shanhe's body and cut open a wound, but it healed in a breath's time. Chen Zong could not help but frown. What on earth was this thing? His cultivation base was at the demigod realm, but he had the fighting strength of an Ascension realm expert. Moreover, his self-healing ability was heaven-defying. It was as if he had an immortal body. Chapter 21-22. The energy collided, surged, and shot out. Countless weeds were cut into pieces and then turned into powder under the terrifying power. In the distance, a black shadow silently condensed and turned into a solid body. He was frowning, and his eyes were flashing red with anger. Idiot, big idiot. Angry curses came from the person. If Chu Shanhe saw this person, he would be very shocked because this person was the one who asked him if he wanted to obtain more power. He was also a servant of the Mountain River planet's Chu clan. At this moment, he didn't look like a servant at all. His gaze seemed to pierce through Chu Shanhe, riddling him with holes. Damn you, I hope you don't affect my king's reincarnation. Chen Zong and Chu Shanhe didn't know that someone was watching the battle from afar. Chu Shanhe used all his strength. The more he attacked, the smoother he felt. It was as if his body was activated. All his power poured out like a flood. Moreover, there was a feeling that it was inexhaustible. Once he was hit by Chen Zong and was injured, he would recover immediately. There was no need to think about anything else. He only needed to attack, and attack continuously. It was as if he would never be tired. Ha 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 ha. Chu Shanhe couldn't stop laughing. Power. That's the kind of power I want. Inexhaustible power, an unkillable body, and an incomparably violent torrent. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. Sure enough, the second level of the fleshly reincarnation grand array was amazing. Unfortunately, the third level of the fleshly reincarnation grand array was too difficult to complete. After all, it required 1,000 spirit realm warriors to set it up. However, it didn't matter. After dealing with Chen Zong today, he would start to take action. He would capture 1,000 Ascendant State cultivators alive and set up the third level of the flesh reincarnation array. At that time, his strength would definitely become much stronger, many times stronger than it was now. 10,000 swords return. In an instant, countless sword lights shone and spread around Chen Zong. They gathered and merged with the sword realm. One sword into 10,000, 10,000 swords into one. Kill. This sword was unavoidable. Although Chu Shanhe's power was constantly stimulated and became more powerful, he still couldn't resist. In an instant, Chu Shanhe's body was directly struck. His left arm and shoulder were directly shattered by the extremely terrifying sword light. It was extremely miserable. The next moment, Chen Zong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He saw that Chu Shanhe's broken left arm was constantly filled with blood-colored qi, and the bright red flesh was also constantly wriggling, like a terrifying poisonous snake. In just a short span of 3 breaths, the shattered left arm actually regrew, completely undamaged. Chen Zong, you can't kill me. Chu Shanhe's voice was extremely sharp. It was filled with shocking evilness. He seemed to have become another life form. The blood-red patterns on his body became brighter and the blood-red force around him became denser, completely enveloping him. Chu Shanhe could no longer be seen. There was only a blood-colored figure that shot out like a bolt of lightning. Compared to before, his speed had increased by another level. He was even faster. In the blink of an eye, Chu Shanha's hands abruptly grabbed out as a blood-colored chi condensed into a blood-colored saber, exuding an incomparably evil sharpness. The saber abruptly tore through the air, ruthlessly shooting towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong's expression couldn't help but change. It was as if the blood-red blade could tear him apart, and he couldn't resist it at all. His figure flashed, and he took a step forward. Chen Zong used the Great Void escape technique and appeared 10 meters away, avoiding the blood-red blade's attack. The Great Void escape technique was originally created by Yukong Venerable in order to simulate the Void Shuttle's Great Void escape technique. It was naturally best at long-distance travel. But now, under Chen Zong's comprehension and control, it could be used as a combat body movement technique. Using it in a small area, the speed was extremely fast and extremely shocking, and the consumption of power was also very low. After all, it was only 10 meters. These 10 meters allowed Chen Zong to avoid the terrifying blood-red blade. Kill. 10,000 swords attacked again. This was the range of the sword principal domain. Chu Shanha was in the range, so he had to bear Chen Zong's most powerful attack. Injured. Healed. This process kept repeating, as if Chu Shanha really couldn't be killed. Ha 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 ha. Chu Shanha's laughter echoed around. I'm immortal. I'm immortal. No one can kill me. Chen Zong didn't respond. His expression was solemn. This Chu Shanha gave him a very strange feeling. Chen Zong no longer regarded him as a demigod. Perhaps, in terms of chi cultivation and body cultivation, Chu Shanha hadn't reached the imminent god realm, but the strange and overbearing power of his blood-red body was the real power of the imminent god realm. Chen Zong knew one thing. In the vast void, chi cultivation was the mainstream, and body cultivation could also be regarded as the mainstream. But other than that, there were some other cultivation systems that were passed down. It was just that other cultivation systems were very difficult to cultivate for one reason or another, and even if they were cultivated successfully, they couldn't be improved to a high level. Therefore, they were gradually cut off and replaced by chi cultivation. The current era belonged to the era of chi cultivation. Although this was the case, in the vast void, there were indeed some special and niche inheritances. These inheritances could be stubbornly preserved, and naturally, they had their tyrannical strengths. Perhaps in the end, they weren't as good as chi cultivation, but in some stages, they had terrifying power that surpassed chi cultivation. Chi cultivation was only popularized because it was more adaptable and easier to get started. Moreover, it could be cultivated to the extreme. Could it be that the inheritance that Chu Shanha had obtained was one of those special and powerful minority inheritances? That was why it was so strange. Immortal? That was impossible. The so-called immortal was only relative. There was no real immortal. Although it wasn't clear what kind of opportunity Chu Shanha had obtained, he could be injured and healed again and again. There must be some consumption. When that consumption reached a certain level, the so-called immortal would be a joke. Heart fire. In an instant, the heart fire burned fiercely. It was incomparably vigorous, and the firepower was astonishing. Chen Zong's body was also surrounded by layers of invisible flames. There were a total of 5 layers, representing a 50% increase in strength and speed. 10,000 swords return. The vast sword light directly shattered the dense blood-colored chi around Chu Shanha, breaking his body once again. Attack, attack, attack. Chen Zong's strength was extremely vast, far surpassing that of the same second transformation Dao manipulation realm. Such a strong attack was nothing to him, and he could hold on for a long time. Break. Recover. Break. Recover again. Sure enough, as Chen Zong expected, the blood-colored chi around Chu Shanha began to fade, as if it was constantly being consumed. Chu Shanha also realized this and panicked. He also immediately understood that once the blood-colored chi was consumed, he would not be able to recover instantly and would probably be killed. At the thought of being killed, Chu Shanha couldn't help but feel flustered. How could he die? He had a bright future ahead of him. He didn't know that everyone who sought death by coming to Chernzong had the same thought in the end. Run. Without hesitation, Chu Shanha, who realized that things were not going well, immediately screamed and turned into a blood-colored flowing light, flying away like lightning, quickly escaping. But Chernzong had already sensed his intention. He struck out with his sword, and the sword light was vast, directly bombarding. Injured. Immediately after, Chernzongi raised his sword as sword light shot out. It was incomparably resplendent, as though a star had descended. A terrifying pressure directly pressed down on Chu Shanha's body. Great refining star across the sky's secret sword. The main power of this sword was reflected in suppression. Chu Shanha's broken body paused slightly, and was directly suppressed in the void, unable to escape for a while. Next sword, great shattering star across the sky's secret sword. Slash. The extremely terrifying sword suddenly slashed down, and the star shattered in an instant. The extremely terrifying power directly fell on Chu Shanha's rapidly recovering body. Shattered. Chu Shanha's body also shattered along with the star, and it was even more thorough. Chernzong quickly approached and struck out with his sword again. 10,000 swords return. After using 2 Heaven God sword techniques consecutively, the power was overwhelming, but his own strength was also greatly depleted, and he could not use the 3rd Heaven God sword technique. But Chernzong was confident that this last sword would be able to kill Chu Shanha right here. In the blink of an eye, an illusory figure suddenly appeared from the side. It emitted an incomparably cold, murderous intent as it mercilessly charged towards Chernzong. With a boom, the wind pressure was vast, and the void seemed to be shattered. Chernzong only felt a shocking fist energy break through the void. That fist covered the sky and earth, as if it had replaced the whole world, and its power was unparalleled and extremely shocking. With a glance, just a glance, Chernzong recognized that it was the evil god arm of the evil god tribe. Just now, there was actually someone from the evil god tribe hiding nearby, and waiting for an opportunity to launch such an extremely powerful attack towards him. The fist energy was majestic and domineering, and it directly rushed towards him. First, it rushed into his spirit sea, as if it wanted to suppress his mind and will, and then shatter his body. This was an attack that had been accumulating power for a long time. In an instant, Chernzong determined that the other party was related to Chu Shanha. Otherwise, he would not have ambushed here. The instant this thought flashed through his mind, Chernzong also struck out with his sword. Originally, that sword strike was supposed to be aimed at Chu Shanha and kill him. However, it was now aimed at the evil god's arm fist energy. Sword light. With a boom, the instant they collided, an extremely shocking aura burst out, surging in all directions, and overflowing in all directions. Chernzong could feel an extremely powerful and terrifying force, which rushed through the extreme heart phaseless sword, as if it wanted to destroy him. Fortunately, Chernzong was not an ordinary imminent god realm warrior, but an imminent god realm warrior who cultivated both chi and body at the same time. The tyrannical world divine body allowed Chernzong to withstand the force of this punch. The tyrannical and strange force rushed into Chernzong's body through the sword. First, it was weakened by 70% by the power of the heart print treasure robe, and the remaining 30% rushed into his body. It was as if it had fallen into a different world, only causing ripples in the air and waves of wind, but it could not cause any damage to Chernzong's body. Chapter 21-23. Flee. That evil god tribe member didn't attack to kill Chernzong. After the evil god arm attack, he didn't care about anything else. He directly grabbed Chu Shanha's arm and flew away at his fastest speed. He mustn't die. No matter what, Chu Shanha mustn't die. It wasn't easy to find a human with the most compatible physique. If he died, it would have a great impact on the sacred race's plan. It was because Chu Shanha's body would become the vessel for the sacred race's king, allowing the sacred race's king to descend. Chen Zong quickly took out a pill and consumed it. Under the circulation of his cultivation technique, the pill was directly crushed, turning into pure energy to replenish his consumption. He took a step forward and appeared before the other party to block him. Myriad swords returned to origin. Kill. Although he didn't sense the aura of the evil god tribe from Chu Shanha, the other one was indeed possessed by the evil god tribe. The source of Chu Shanha's strange strength was very likely related to the evil god tribe. After all, the evil god tribe was very mysterious and not simple. Moreover, for an evil god tribe member to be willing to expose himself to save him, it meant that Chu Shanha wasn't simple. Or rather, the current Chu Shanha was rather important to the evil god tribe. This made Chen Zong feel like he had caught a big fish. Maybe Chu Shanha was the breakthrough point to pursue the evil god tribe. This was a feeling that originated from his soul. Little did he know that the evil god tribe member was currently enraged, wanting nothing more than to tear Chu Shanha into pieces. Why did he have to seek his own death by causing trouble and spoiling the plan? Even if he died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough. Sword light flashed before his eyes, bringing with it an extremely sharp killing intent. The evil god tribe member had no choice but to throw out another punch. Evil god arm. The thick arm seemed to be cast from steel. The fist was filled with cracks, as if it could shatter space with a single punch. However, although this punch was very strong, it was limited and was still defeated by Chen Zong. Chen Zong blocked the evil god tribe member and Chu Shanha while using the effects of the pill to recover his strength. Chu Shanha's injuries had already healed, but the scarlet aura around him had become much thinner. His strength had also decreased by a lot. At this moment, Chu Shanha's heart was filled with panic and hatred. Why can't I defeat Chen Zong even though I've gained so much power? Why was it that in order to obtain such power, he didn't hesitate to walk the path of evil and demonic, yet he still failed? Hatred, killing intent, fury, unwilling. It was boiling and burning. Chen Zong grasped the rhythm of the battle, intercepted his opponent, and recovered his strength. As soon as he recovered his strength, he would kill his opponent. That member of the evil god race had already revealed his evil god arm and evil god claw. Naturally, because he was trying to possess Qin Wentian, he could only do so. Damn it, I can only have my king descend in advance. The eyes of the evil god tribe member who had taken over his body flickered with ferocious light. In an instant, after blocking Chen Zong's sword light, the members of the evil god race started to chant. Their language was extremely strange and unique. It was the language of the evil god race, as though they were performing a sacrificial ritual. Chu Shanha's body trembled uncontrollably. In the next breath, the blood-colored patterns on his body that had disappeared lit up once again. They shone and became even brighter. Chu Shanha's expression changed drastically. This was because he discovered that the blood-colored patterns that lit up this time weren't activated by him. It wasn't controlled by him. Instead, it was activated passively, and it was beyond his control. A bad feeling spread out from Chu Shanha's heart. Shut up, shut up. Chu Shanha immediately roared at the evil god race member. He wanted to attack, but he discovered that he couldn't move. He couldn't move at all. Chen Zong also rushed over immediately. This was because he had a bad feeling in the depths of his heart. Kill. The evil god race member didn't dodge or evade. He was directly pierced by Chen Zong's sword light. However, he didn't die and continued to chant. The blood-colored light on Chu Shanha's body became increasingly dense, directly enveloping him. Waves of obscure and extremely evil aura spread out from Chu Shanha's body, surging in all directions. The blood-colored ripples surged like waves, surging in all directions. Impact. Spread. The power was extremely terrifying. It actually made it difficult for Chen Zong to get close. The evil god race member's body was broken, but he still continued to chant. His voice became increasingly loud, and his expression became increasingly strange and fanatical. Accumulate power. Strike. Kill. In the end, when the chanting reached its peak, the evil god race member's head was also shattered by Chen Zong's sword across space. The chanting also suddenly stopped and fell silent. After losing the chanting, the blood-colored light flickered incessantly, as if it would extinguish and dissipate at any moment. In an instant, the blood-colored light flashed explosively. It was as if an extremely terrifying roar rang out. The blood-colored light became increasingly intense. It vaguely seemed to tear apart the void, drawing in even more evil power. Surging, sweeping, biting cold, domineering, strange. Chen Zong's expression was extremely grave. He attacked with his sword light, but it was blocked by the blood-colored light, unable to damage it at all. From the bottom of his heart, Chen Zong felt that something was amiss. He immediately sent a message to the Yuan sect master and the others, asking them to rush over as quickly as possible. The rumbling sounds were vast and mighty. The blood-colored light was extremely strong, like a blooming blood-colored flower. Immediately after, a blood-colored light shot up into the sky, as if it had broken through the limits of the stars and rushed into the void. This kind of momentum made Chen Zong extremely shocked. Recover. Chen Zong continued to recover his strength. This was because there might be a tough battle coming up. Although he had already sent a message to the Yuan sect master, it would still take some time for the other party to receive the message and rush over as quickly as possible. Even if he had the Void flying ship, he would not be able to cross such a long distance in a short period of time. Now, he had to fight with all his might and kill the other party. Chen Zong's gaze became increasingly cold. His killing intent was also constantly gathering and condensing around him. The blood-colored light was incomparably dazzling. It was as if a blood-colored sun was burning fiercely. The strange, cold, and overbearing feeling filled all directions, repelling everything. It was obviously cold, but it also had a feeling that it could burn everything into nothingness. Moreover, Chen Zong acutely sensed that an extremely evil aura was condensing within the blood-colored flames, as if it was awakening. Restrain. The endless blood-colored light began to restrain, shrink, and finally cover the body. Under Chen Zong's gaze, a figure appeared. This figure was still Chu Shanhe, but his pupils had completely turned into vertical slits. His long hair was dyed with a layer of red light, fluttering non-stop. However, Chen Zong was sure that this person was no longer Chu Shanhe. It was just that the body was Chu Shanhe's. This was because at this moment, Chu Shanhe was filled with an extremely evil aura. It was different from the evil aura from before. The look in his eyes was also completely different. It was a strange look, as if he was looking down on an ant from above. As for the other member of the evil god tribe, he had already died. In order to bring forward the plan and allow the king to descend, he had paid a huge price, and his soul had been destroyed. This body is truly weak, Chu Shanhe spoke. Chu Shanhe spoke. However, that voice didn't belong to Chu Shanhe. Instead, it was another voice. This voice was somewhat cryptic, somewhat hoarse and somewhat low. When it rang out, it was like a gigantic beast was roaring in the air. A terrifying might could suppress the heavens and earth. Just a single sentence was enough to make Chen Zong feel pressure. This pressure was like the pressure brought about by the difference in the level of life. Moreover, for some unknown reason, Chen Zong could clearly sense the aura of the evil god tribe from the other party's body. It was a very dense aura of the evil god tribe. It was as strong as the sun, and there was no concealment. However, as time passed, the powerful aura of the evil god tribe also rapidly retracted. In the end, it was completely retracted. Even Chenzong could not sense it. "Who are you?" Chenzong asked with a serious expression. I am the king." Chu Shanha suddenly laughed maniacally. As he laughed maniacally, he also said at the same time. His gaze was as if he was looking down on an ant. "Ant, why aren't you kneeling?" "King." Chenzong frowned slightly. The aura of the other party from the evil god tribe could not be fake. It was really from the evil god tribe. It was really a very strong aura. King. Could it be the king of the evil god tribe? If it was the king of the evil god tribe, then it was really a big fish. Moreover, it was a prehistoric big fish. For some reason, Chenzong felt agitated. It was an agitation and throbbing that came from the depths of his heart. Kill. Without hesitation and mercy, Chenzong slashed out with his sword. Heart fire burn. The power of the Taichu sword origin body. 10,000 swords return. The sword Dao domain covered and suppressed. Together with the 10,000 swords return, it was extremely powerful. Chu Shanha frowned slightly, but he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he stretched out an arm, clenched his fist tightly, and punched out. With a loud boom, the void shook and countless ripples spread out continuously. The sword light collided with that fist in an instant. After a slight pause, it shattered inch by inch. However, Chu Shanha frowned, and his expression changed drastically. His fist shattered directly, and just like the sword light, his entire fist exploded into pieces. However, in the next breath, as the flesh wriggled, the fist regrew as if it was completely intact. So weak. Chu Shanha could not help but shake his head and sigh. He was referring to the body that he had taken over. It was really very weak. There was no other way. According to the original plan, he would first let his clansmen find a suitable host and then lure the other party to use the flesh reincarnation array to strengthen himself. The host had to be suitable, but it could not be too strong. The imminent deity realm was not suitable. The imminent deity realm was just right. Chu Shanha's body was just right for a host. Moreover, because of the power, he had almost gone berserk and was obsessed with power. Thus, the flesh reincarnation array came in handy. When Chu Shanha began to use the flesh reincarnation array, he had already been branded with the king's mark. He could descend and take over this body at any time. However, the best way was to complete the flesh reincarnation array 3 times before descending. But now, only the second time was completed. It was not strong enough to bear the king's power completely. The difference in power between the second and third level of the flesh reincarnation array was more than 100 times. Helpless after Chu Shanha had gained some power, he had been impatient to take revenge, so he had taken the initiative to challenge Chenzong. This had led to this unforeseen and irreversible development. Left with no other choice, in order to not fail, he could only summon King's soul consciousness ahead of time and seize Chu Shanha's body. In that case, I'll let you, an ant, experience my power. Chapter 21-24. The blood-red light was like a blazing sun, once again shooting out in all directions. The streaks were extremely domineering, extremely strange, and extremely evil. Chu Shanha's body, which was covered by the blood-red light, started to undergo astonishing changes. Through the blood-red light, Chenzong's sharp eyes could vaguely see that Chu Shanha's body was continuously stretching and expanding. Waves of strange sounds rang out, as if his bones were being crushed and his tendons were being torn apart, causing one's hair to stand on end. This was accompanied by strange and low roars, as if he was enduring extreme pain. Chenzong took the opportunity to attack with his sword. The sword light was very strong, but it was unable to penetrate that layer of blood-red light. From the beginning to the end of the transformation, it took less than 10 breaths of time. The blood-red light was once again withdrawn. However, this time around, the blood-red light did not completely disappear. Instead, it solidified and turned into a solid form, turning into a set of hideous blood-red battle armor that covered that strong and huge body. Chu Shanha's appearance had changed greatly, completely different from his original appearance. His blood-red hair was thick and long, waving continuously like seaweed in the water or like a poisonous snake swaying incessantly. It looked extremely evil and slippery, causing one's hair to stand on end. His face had also changed greatly. His eyes had become vertical, and there was a horizontal scar in the center of his brows, as if he had a single closed eye. He had no nose, but his mouth was very big. The arc was astonishing, stretching from his left cheek to his right cheek. It was very strange and gave off an extremely ferocious feeling. His ears were long and thin like blades. His strong body was clad in a set of hideous blood-red battle armor that was extremely close to his body. That face was the same as the appearance of the evil god tribe that Chen Zong had seen earlier. However, his hands were different from the information he had obtained about the evil god tribe. They were not like the evil god arm and evil god claw. His 2 arms were of the same length and thickness, but when his 5 fingers opened and closed, 5 slender and sharp claws shot out. They were like blades, as if they could tear through everything. This evil god tribe member was 3 meters tall, much taller than Chen Zong. His body was also extremely muscular, and the aura he exuded was extremely terrifying, causing Chen Zong's heart to palpitate. His body floated in the air, floating up and down. The scarlet cloak on his back fluttered in the wind like a large flag. Is this the suppression of the void will? The Cthulhu King moved his hands and feet. He felt his entire body being suppressed and repelled by an invisible force. It was very uncomfortable. He could not fully display his powerful strength. This feeling was very unpleasant. Unfortunately, if Chu Shanha could complete the sacrifice of the fleshly reincarnation array 3 times, not only would he be able to descend most of his consciousness, but he would also be able to better adapt to the suppression of the void will. But now, the human had only completed 2 sacrifices to the flesh reincarnation array, so he could only send a small part of his divine soul consciousness. After manifesting the evil god's true body, he couldn't quickly adapt and break free from the suppression of the void will. Based on this situation, if he wanted to adapt and break free from the suppression of the void will, he would need to spend at least a few hundred years. Now, only a small part of his divine soul consciousness carried power. Naturally, it wouldn't be too strong. Also, it was suppressed by the void will, which weakened most of it. After manifesting the evil god's true body, he could only use a small part of his own strength. However, even with this strength, it was enough to get rid of the ant in front of him. Then, he would start from this ant and step on his path to dominate the void. The suppression of his true body was even more obvious and uncomfortable. Then, he would quickly get rid of this ant and transform back into his human form. Only then would he be able to adapt better and move. Chen Zong's expression was very serious. The Cthulhu King in front of him gave him a feeling of doom. Retreat. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately flew back and quickly took out the void flying ship. He only needed 1 breath to enter the flying ship and use the void to defend. It seemed like there were many thoughts and ideas, but in reality, only a short 1 or 2 breaths had passed since the Cthulhu King manifested his true body. With a boom, the Cthulhu King attacked and threw a punch. Chen Zong didn't notice any prelude to this punch. There were no signs. When he felt it, it had already arrived. It was too fast, too sudden, and extremely ferocious. It completely locked onto Chen Zong, making it impossible for Chen Zong to escape and enter the void. It was as if time and space were locked. Fortunately, Chen Zong's reaction was also very fast. Sword will field. 10,000 swords return. This sword could not only be used to attack, but also to defend. But in an instant, countless sword lights were shattered, exploding like sparks. The extremely powerful, domineering, violent, and ferocious fist energy directly shattered the sword lights and mercilessly hit Chen Zong's body. After this punch, the Cthulhu King prepared to retract his Cthulhu true body. Because he had full confidence in the power of his punch, it was enough to destroy his opponent. Chen Zong was also directly hit by this punch. With a bang, he flew out. In an instant, the power of that punch was weakened by the heart print treasure robe. But it was no longer 70%, but 50%. Chen Zong didn't know why it was like this, and he didn't have time to think about it. The remaining 50% still had a terrifying power. After passing through the heart print treasure robe, it directly hit Chen Zong's body. At this moment, the benefits of Chen Zong's breakthrough in body refining and chi refining at the same time were reflected. The powerful world divine body had amazing strength and defensive power. It blocked the power of the punch, but the terrible power kept blasting into Chen Zong's divine body. The world Tao revolved, swallowing the violent, strange, and domineering power. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, as if a destructive hurricane had swept past. The grass and trees were cut, the rivers flowed in reverse, and the mountains were blown up. Too powerful. The power that hit his body was too strong. It was beyond Chen Zong's tolerance level. If it wasn't for the strength of the world divine body and the mystery of the world Tao, Chen Zong would have been blown up by this punch. This punch had already surpassed many Tao manipulation realm expert. As for whether it had reached the origin demon realm, Chen Zong wasn't sure. But even if it hadn't reached the origin demon realm, it was almost invincible in the Tao manipulation realm. In an instant, Chen Zong flew out dozens of meters before stopping. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, but he wasn't killed, nor did he fall. "You actually blocked my punch." The Cthulhu King's face was full of surprise. His vertical eye shrunk and condensed. Unbelievable! An ant had actually blocked his punch. It was hard to imagine. Since that was the case, then he would just add another punch. Without any pretense, the Cthulhu King's figure flashed. He turned into a red lightning bolt and swept across the sky, appearing in front of Chen Zong. When Chen Zong saw his opponent's figure, his chest was punched again. This punch was much heavier and more violent than the previous one. It was still weakened by 50% by the heart-in treasured robe, but the remaining 50% was still extremely terrifying. It made Chen Zong feel as if his chest had been shattered, and his internal organs had also been shattered. Intense pain swept through every part of his body. However, the strong world divine body still managed to block it. He only spat out a mouthful of blood, but didn't die. Chen Zong even took the opportunity to attack with his sword. Ancestral sword. This sword directly hit the Cthulhu King's body. It immediately injured the Cthulhu King, leaving a palm-sized wound that was dripping with blood. The Cthulhu King was stunned again. The second punch was a punch that he could use 100% of his strength. He actually managed to block it, and still had the strength to counterattack and injure him. Even in the Cthulhu tribe, at the same level, they couldn't do this. This ant was really not ordinary. If he was given more time, he might become a real opponent. Unfortunately, for the sacred tribe's plan, he had to die. Otherwise, he would only bring trouble to the sacred tribe in the future. Although that sword had injured the Cthulhu King, it was nothing to the Cthulhu King. The third punch, the fourth punch, the fifth punch. In an instant, the Cthulhu King went all out. He waved his arms and punched continuously. Boom, 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 boom. Every punch had 100% of his strength. In an instant, he punched dozens of times. All of them landed on Chen Zong's body. Chen Zong was forced to retreat, his body trembling. Even with the weakening of the heart print treasure robe and the strength of the world divine body, he couldn't withstand so many powerful punches. In an instant, his skin was shattered, his bones were broken, and his organs were shattered. His entire body seemed to have been shattered. Chen Zong flew hundreds of meters away and landed heavily on the ground. He didn't move. He felt like his body was shattered. His consciousness was still somewhat clear. Chen Zong couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that the gap between him and his opponent would be so big. Just when he felt that he was no match for the Cthulhu King and was about to use the evanescent ship to protect himself, he was punched. After that, he completely lost control and was hit by the Cthulhu King. Now, with his remaining consciousness, he couldn't enter the evanescent ship that was hundreds of meters away. He was in a desperate situation. He was at the end of his rope. As for the heart sword seal, it didn't do anything. It seemed like it couldn't do anything about the current situation. Unless the Cthulhu King invaded his deity ocean with his godly soul. Only then would he be able to trigger the heart sword seal's counterattack, just like what happened to Sword Master Dong Ting. However, Chen Zong wasn't very confident. However, the Cthulhu King didn't have the intention to take over Chen Zong's body. He raised his fist. Light gathered on his fist. It was blood red, as if it was condensed into a ball of sun. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from his fist. This was a punch that had accumulated power. It was a punch that surpassed one's limits. If this punch landed, it would directly shatter Chen Zong's body and kill him completely. Release my seal quickly. Danger struck. Death shrouded him. Chen Zong didn't give up. However, he felt powerless. In his deity ocean, a strange, sharp voice sounded. Quick, release my seal quickly. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Chen Zong recognized it. It was the strange black shadow that was hit by his 9-spirit sealing technique. Its tone was very panicked. It seemed like if Chen Zong was killed, it would die too. Chapter 21-25. Quick, get in the car. Single-hearted holy man did not seem to have given Chen Zong any special life-saving measures. Of course, it was not that he did not have any. At least the heart print treasure robe was an excellent life-saving measure. 4 imminent god-level equipment. The first level was the mortal godly equipment, the second level was the spiritual godly equipment. The heart print treasure robe was actually a spiritual godly equipment. The value of a spiritual godly equipment was very high, very shocking, much higher than a mortal godly equipment. The forging materials, difficulty, and effects were all different. The heart print treasure robe was not a normal spiritual godly equipment. Not only did it have the effect of weakening attacks, it also had another effect. This was something that Chen Zong did not know. Previously, it had been temporarily sealed, and it was only now that the seal had been broken. This was also a test set by single-hearted holy man. One had to say, single-hearted holy man's way of treating his disciple was really simple and violent, as if he did not consider whether he would be beaten to death. But no matter what, the seal of the heart print treasure robe was broken violently, and it truly displayed the power that a spiritual godly equipment should have. Following the buzzing sound, a layer of faint light flowed out from the heart print treasure robe, covering every part of Chen Zong's body. Chen Zong could clearly feel that, as the layer of light flowed, a cool aura instantly seeped into his almost shattered body, and his body recovered at a shocking speed. At this speed, it would not take long for him to fully recover. Boom! Just as Chen Zong was shocked, the Cthulhu King's terrifying punch, that surpassed the limit, instantly landed, directly on Chen Zong's body. But, the light released from the heart print treasure robe covered Chen Zong's entire body, and blocked the extremely terrifying punch that was enough to smash Chen Zong into pieces. At the same time, the light vibrated intensely and was quickly consumed. The Cthulhu King was slightly stunned. It was blocked again. Once again, it was out of his expectations. If this ant did not die, he would not be at ease. Since that was the case, then he would use his last resort. In an instant, the Cthulhu King's vertical eye closed, but the eye mark between his brows trembled slightly, as if it was using all its strength to open. One breath. The eye mark between his eyebrows seemed to have been forced open, and a crack opened. It was indeed an eye, but it was different from a vertical eye. It was a horizontal eye. For some reason, the eye between his eyebrows was not completely open. It only opened a slit as if it was squinting. A wisp of blood-red light fluctuated within it, looking extremely evil. In the next moment, a faint, almost transparent red light shot out from the slightly opened eye, directly towards Chen Zong's forehead. Although his body quickly recovered under the power of the heart-en treasure robe, Chen Zong still found it difficult to move. Furthermore, the speed of the red light was extremely fast. Even at his peak, it would be difficult for him to dodge it. As for the light that could withstand the Cthulhu King's ultimate attack, it seemed to have lost its effect as well, and was directly pierced through. Although the heart-en treasure robe was brilliant, it was not omnipotent. The red light, which was almost transparent, did not seem to exist at all. It was a power at the level of the spiritual soul. This attack would directly crush Chen Zong's spiritual soul. As long as the spiritual soul was crushed, he would die immediately. As the red light shot out, the horizontal eye between the Cthulhu King's brows also quickly closed. His face was slightly pale, and his aura seemed to have decreased slightly. If his spiritual consciousness were to descend completely, there would not be any side effects if he used it once or twice. But now, only a small part of his spiritual consciousness had descended, not even 1% of it. It was a bit too much to use this method. Hence, after using it once, he felt a heavy burden, and could not use it a second time. He did not know how long it would take for him to recover. Furthermore, his own strength was also affected. It had decreased by at least 30%, and he would need a long time to recover. Another point was that the time he needed to adapt to the void suppression was also extended. When the red light shot into between his brows, Chen Zong's eyes became dull. Only the power of the heart-en treasure robe continued to heal his almost broken body, and quickly healed it. In the deity ocean, the strange black shadow that was sealed by the spirit sealing technique was still screaming for Chen Zong to release its seal. But Chen Zong did not immediately do so, because the black shadow was too strange, and he was extremely afraid of it. The red light, which was almost transparent, shot in, and instantly, it hit Chen Zong's spiritual soul. In that instant, Chen Zong only felt that his spiritual soul was pierced by a long spear. It was extremely painful, and a strange, cold aura spread out. It also seemed to have a shocking heat. Extreme pain, incomparable pain wreaked havoc in his spiritual body. He felt as if his spiritual body was being torn apart and ground to pieces. Even though Chen Zong's willpower was extremely strong and shocking, he could not withstand it. But this time, the Cthulhu King had obviously underestimated Chen Zong again. He did not know that Chen Zong's spiritual soul was actually very strong. That attack only injured Chen Zong's spiritual soul, but was unable to truly destroy it. But the extreme pain of his spiritual soul being pierced and torn apart was still very uncomfortable. In an instant, Chen Zong's spiritual soul was heavily injured. His entire consciousness started to become dizzy, as if he was about to faint. In the past, Chen Zong had suffered many injuries, but they were all physical injuries. This time, not only was his body heavily injured, even his spiritual soul was heavily injured. He did not know when he would be able to recover. It would probably be very difficult. After all, the spiritual soul was much more mysterious than the body. Even a slight injury would take a lot of time and effort. Now that he was heavily injured, it was almost impossible to recover. This time, he had really suffered a great loss. Although he had met a big fish, this big fish was too fierce. He could not eat it. Ever since he broke through to the illuminating God realm, Chunzong had been very successful. In addition, he had divine senses. Once there was any danger, he could react in the shortest amount of time. This time, he failed miserably. The Cthulhu King was too strange. When Chunzong felt an extremely strong sense of danger, his reaction was also very fast. Normally, he would be able to avoid it and enter the void escape. Who knew that the Cthulhu King's attack came without warning? It was extremely fast, and he was hit directly. Chunzong did not know that the Cthulhu King was equivalent to a dominator. Even if it was less than 1% of his spiritual soul, it was still very scary. Fortunately, the Cthulhu King's spiritual soul was less than 1%. If it was more, that attack might have been enough to destroy Chunzong's spiritual soul. In terms of the strength of his spiritual soul, Chunzong could not compare to a dominator. "Release my seal quickly, or we will all die." The strange black shadow screamed in panic. It did not want to die. At the crucial moment, Chunzong was so dizzy that he was about to faint. He used the last of his strength to release the 9 soul sealing techniques on the strange black shadow. Releasing the 9 soul sealing techniques also seemed to have used up the last of Chunzong's spiritual soul. The feeling of dizziness that was slowly fading suddenly surged like a flood that broke through a dam. It directly destroyed Chunzong's spiritual soul. In an instant, he fell into an abyss. A bottomless black abyss. He kept falling until he completely fainted. Hee ha 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 ha. After breaking free from the 9 soul sealing techniques, the strange black shadow's eyes glowed red. It suddenly let out an extremely joyful and proud laugh that reverberated in the deity ocean. He was free. He finally broke free from the damned soul sealing technique. He was free. Moreover, from now on, everything would be under his control. He no longer looked like he was bound. He had a real body and could walk freely in the world. He was a real life. From now on, I am Chunzong. Ants in the void, receive the descent of this demon. Tremble. The black shadow turned into a human figure and danced in the deity sea. It was extremely excited. Soon after, he recalled that his body was still in danger at this very moment. He had to quickly regain control of it and react quickly. Without hesitation, the black shadow shook again and turned from a human figure into a black screen. It covered the sky and rushed towards Chunzong's spiritual soul. In the next moment, it directly wrapped around Chunzong's spiritual soul, as if it was going to swallow it. After swallowing Chunzong's spiritual soul, the black shadow condensed into a human figure again. It looked extremely clear and solid. It was Chunzong's appearance. Under the power of the heart print treasure robe, Chunzong's almost broken body had basically recovered. The heart print treasure robe's light also became extremely weak. In the next moment, the light disappeared. The Cthulhu King, who sensed that this ant still had breath and was not completely dead, was completely enraged. He had already used many methods, even methods that he did not want to use, but he still could not kill him. And it looked like the body that was almost broken by him had recovered. Why was this ant so difficult to deal with? If these so-called humans were as difficult to deal with as this ant, the divine tribe's plan would be more than 10 times more difficult to carry out. There was also a high possibility of failure. The divine tribe could not afford to fail. Once they failed, they would be homeless and destroyed in the void. Punch! The Cthulhu King punched again. Since the attack just now did not kill his opponent, then this time, he had to be more thorough. Even if he had to burn the life of this body, he had to kill this ant. With a boom, that punch directly hit Chunzong's body. But in that instant, Chunzong's dull and lifeless eyes suddenly brightened, as if there was a flash of blood-red light. With unparalleled speed, his body did not move, but he slid back in an instant, dodging that extremely terrifying punch. The ground was directly blasted open. Crushed soil flew everywhere, revealing a huge crater. But this punch did not hit Chunzong. The Cthulhu King was stunned again. He did not know how many times he had been surprised. Chapter 21-26. Little Rice Dumpling has turned evil. He is no longer the pure little rice dumpling of the past. The wind blew, and the wild grass was like waves. Chen Zong's figure floated in the air, his tattered robe flapping in the wind. His black hair fluttered in the wind like a large flag. Unknowingly, the tip of his hair was dyed with a layer of red light, resembling the color of blood. Although his clothes were tattered, his face was suffused with a hint of evilness. It was completely different from Chen Zong's usual expression. Within the evilness, there was a hint of arrogance. His pair of eyes that were dark and deep like a black abyss revealed contempt for the common people, looking down on all things as if they were ants, high and mighty. Little bastard of the evil god tribe, a strange species born with a deformity, you look so ugly, but you still dare to come out and cause trouble. Chen Zong opened his mouth, and a thick sense of mockery came out of his mouth. His voice was not as sharp as it was in the deity ocean, but there was an indescribable magnetism in the sharpness. If you ignored the content of the words, just the sound alone was very attractive, as if it could capture one's mind, and make one unable to help but listen. The Cthulhu King's head twitched slightly, and a surge of anger was unknowingly drawn, growing from the deepest part of his heart. "Weakling, take my sword." When the voice full of mockery rang out, a stream of light flashed in front of him, and an extremely sharp sword light, as if it could pierce through everything, tore through the void and attacked. It was extremely fast. It was so fast that the Cthulhu King's eyes trembled, and the sword light was already in front of him, and actually made the Cthulhu King feel a sense of danger. Punch. Dodge. The Cthulhu King's reaction was also extremely fast. But as he punched out, he missed. That sword light was like an illusion, and in the next moment, the Cthulhu King's stomach took a heavy hit. That hit was extremely powerful, and even had a penetrating force, directly entering his body through his stomach, and attacking his organs. Even though the Cthulhu King's body was strong, but because of the restrictions, he could not help but fly out after taking such a heavy hit. His organs seemed to be twisted into a ball, and he was in extreme pain. Compared to the pain on his body, his heart was more difficult to accept. Why was an ant that was almost crippled by him just now able to attack him now? "Ugly, you don't have a nose, so why don't you suffocate?" A voice filled with ridicule that caused one to feel incomparably disgusted once again entered one's ears. It pierced one's heart as disgust and anger involuntarily erupted. "Weakling, take another kick from me." The attack on the Cthulhu King's stomach just now was a kick attack, and now Chen Zong was using the same move again. His leg carried the terrifying strength of a thunderbolt and attacked ferociously. The defensive power of the godly physique of the second transformation world was astonishing, but its power was not weak either. Even a mountain would be crushed under its feet. With such a kick, the fact that the Cthulhu King did not explode on the spot meant that the Cthulhu King's body was shockingly strong. Of course, the real body of the evil god was very powerful, but that was just a bonus. Therefore, it was not easy to be directly kicked by Chen Zong. Hearing Chen Zong's next kick, the momentum was vast and mighty, like the turbulent wind and thunder. It seemed to be even more powerful. The Cthulhu King raised his leg without hesitation, and abruptly used his knee to propel himself upwards, as if he could shatter the sky. However, Chen Zong's kick, which seemed to be full of wind and thunder, was another feint. The real attack was the sword in his hand. The sword light arrived. The Cthulhu King's reaction was extremely fast, but he could not avoid being hit by the sword. He was directly slashed, and a deep wound was left on his body. The extreme heart phaseless sword was Chun Zong's natal divine weapon. In terms of level, it was at the level of a mortal divine weapon. However, it could be considered a top mortal divine weapon, and its sharpness was extremely shocking. Especially because it was a natal divine weapon, the power it unleashed in Chun Zong's hands was not inferior to a pseudo-spirit divine weapon. "You're really stupid," Chun Zong mocked again. The Cthulhu King felt that his anger was almost full. He was originally just an ant, but now he could hurt him twice in a row. And for some reason, he kept mocking him. His style had changed drastically. "Retreat." The Cthulhu King stared at Chun Zong with a serious expression. "You're not that ant just now, who are you?" No matter how slow the Cthulhu King was, he realized that something was wrong. The body was still the same body, the person was still the same person, but the soul should not be the same. Could it be that, unknowingly, someone had taken over his body right under his nose? If that was the case, this method was too clever. The Cthulhu King became more and more wary of this human, and began to consider the feasibility of the Holy Clan's plan. Unfortunately, the Cthulhu King met Chun Zong as soon as he descended. He could not be killed, and even underwent such a strange change. He was beginning to doubt his life. "Of course I'm not that kind of weakling, please call me the Great Demon King," Chun Zong replied with an evil smile. His body suddenly flashed, and he approached the Cthulhu King again. "Take another attack from me." This time, the Cthulhu King dodged the sword and blocked the leg attack. However, his head was hit by Chun Zong's left fist, and his face was distorted. Anger. Extreme anger. Incomparable anger. The Cthulhu King, who was enraged to the extreme, started burning with blood-red flames. This was burning his own life force, a method that he was unwilling to use before. Once it was burned, the body of this human that it had taken over would be as good as crippled. If it couldn't find another body to reincarnate into within a short period of time, things would be really bad for it. But now, for the sake of the Cthulhu King's dignity, he couldn't care less. Chun Zong had an evil smile on his face, but there was a hint of seriousness in his deep eyes. This Cthulhu King was very strong. As for calling him a weakling, in front of yours truly, everything is a weakling. This was a mysterious confidence. "That's how you use your strength when you're a weakling," muttered Chun Zong as he held his sword and attacked again. Sword Dao Domain. In an instant, the sword Tao Domain expanded from 100 meters to 1,000 meters. It was 10 times more than what Chun Zong used. As for the current Chun Zong, of course, it wasn't the previous Chun Zong, but the ghostly black shadow that had taken over him. Because of this, he called the previous Chun Zong the predecessor. Suppress. The power of the sword Dao Domain within 1,000 meters was obviously much stronger. It landed directly on the Cthulhu King's body, suppressing him like a sword mountain. Then, the blood-red flames on the Cthulhu King's body were suppressed, as if they were going to be extinguished. This was the suppression of the sword Dao Domain. It also showed that in terms of the application of the sword Dao Domain, Chun Zong was still a newbie, at the same level as a newbie. But this strange black shadow was even more brilliant. It was as if it understood all of his powers better than Chun Zong. 10,000 swords return. With one strike, 10,000 rays of sword light condensed into one. It wasn't as majestic or vast, but it felt like it had been condensed to the extreme, as if it had been tempered thousands of times. It was incomparably compressed and condensed to the extreme, and its penetrative power was extremely shocking. In comparison, Chun Zong's 10,000 swords returned to origin seemed so crude. The sword Dao Domain instantly suppressed, and the ultimate sect convergence swords attack. The Cthulhu King couldn't dodge in time and was hit. His body was penetrated in an instant, and the terrifying sword chi invaded his body and wreaked havoc. In terms of power, the Cthulhu King was at the peak of the Dao manipulation realm. Although he hadn't reached the Yuanming realm, he was almost invincible in the Dao manipulation realm. Such powerful power, but he was still suppressed by Chen Zong at this moment. After the sword Dao domain expanded 10 times, its power was fully unleashed. It was extremely shocking, and the sect convergence swords was also deduced to the extreme. Under the combination of the sword Dao domain, it was even more shocking. On the other hand, although the Cthulhu King was very strong, he had only sent less than 1% of his divine soul consciousness. Furthermore, in order to destroy Chen Zong's divine soul, he had forcefully used a divine soul attack, causing his own divine soul to be affected. His originally limited and suppressed powers were now even lower, and his reactions were even slower. Because of this, he was instantly suppressed by the sword Dao domain. Just as he was about to break free, he was immediately hit. After the sword pierced through the Cthulhu King, Chen Zong didn't stop, and immediately swung the second sword. Blood filled the air, and a bloody light swept across. A blood prison descended. Great Massacre Blood Prison Secret Sword. One of the Eastern Court Sword Mountains Massacre Academy's secret sword technique. It focused on massacre, and its power was extremely terrifying. Chen Zong had cultivated it to the second level, which was the heavenly mystique level. But at this moment, when it was displayed, a bloody light shone in all directions. It was like a bloody red sun that emitted endless rays of light. An extremely shocking murderous intent and killing intent swept out like a volcano's magma that was about to erupt. As if it had received some kind of invisible boost, it seemed to be much more powerful than when Chen Zong used his own sword. Because this sword was a negative, evil sword, a killing sword, as if it had received an infinite boost. Slash. The bloody sword light slashed down, turning into a blood prison. It instantly merged with the sword Dao domain, and directly landed on the injured Cthulhu King. The endless terrifying massacre blood prison sword chi raged wildly, cutting into the Cthulhu King's body. The powerful Cthulhu true body couldn't resist at all, and kept screaming. The Cthulhu King's heart was filled with shock. How could it be? How could a mere ant be so strong? Damn it! Without hesitation, the Cthulhu King prepared to self-destruct this Cthulhu true body, even if it would damage his own soul. In front of me, you don't have a chance. A voice filled with malice suddenly pierced through the endless sword chi and entered his ears, as if it went straight into his heart. For no reason, a sense of impatience emerged from the depths of his heart and turned into a small flame that burned. Then, the impatience, anger, killing intent, and other negative emotions all turned into nutrients, causing the small flame to burn brightly in an instant, burning fiercely. Destruction, destruction, massacre. Countless evil thoughts were born, and under the burning flame in his heart, they seemed to be constantly magnified, to the point that it completely interfered with the Cthulhu King's thoughts and calmness, making him even more shocked. Chapter 21-27. Under the Sword Tao territory, it merged with the blood light and turned into a blood prison. The endless killing sword aura kept tearing apart the Cthulhu King's Cthulhu true body. A ball of fire kept burning in the Cthulhu King's heart. The angrier the Cthulhu King was, the stronger his killing intent. The fire burned even brighter, as if it wanted to burn everything. The fire was the fire in his heart. It was invisible, but it existed according to his mind. To extinguish the fire, one had to have no evil intentions. Weak chicken, ugly thing without a nose, naturally deformed freak, obediently offer up your divine soul and let me have a taste. Chen Zongxia laughed and mocked continuously. His left hand suddenly opened and grabbed in front of him. A black glow condensed in his palm, as if he was absorbing something from the void. After which, it swept out like a vortex, transforming into a pitch-black vortex at the center of his palm. It spun unsteadily, like a black hole that wanted to devour everything. Activate. It was as if a black hole had appeared in his palm. A shocking suction force grew stronger and stronger, reaching its limit. But strangely, the surroundings were not affected at all. The only thing that was affected was the Cthulhu King's soul. Chernzong's expression was serious. His eyes were dark. As it spun, it was like a black whirlpool. It was obvious that he was using all his strength. The Cthulhu King endured the pain of the fire burning in his heart. At the same time, he had to resist Chernzong's absorption of his soul. He also had to deal with the pain of the killing sword aura. His soul was slowly being pulled out of his body. In the end, this body was not his. It was reincarnated. Also, it was suppressed by the void will. It could not unleash its full power. It was limited everywhere. If he had adapted to this space, and was no longer suppressed, even if he only had less than 1% of his soul consciousness, he would be able to erupt with even greater strength. It would not be difficult for him to kill this ant in front of him. But now, he was in a situation where he was constantly injured and was limited everywhere. He was like a trapped beast. He was the king of the divine tribe. When had he ever been in such a difficult situation? As if he had made up his mind about something, in an instant, the Cthulhu King seemed to have given up on resisting. His soul flew out of the deity ocean and charged towards Chernzong at a shocking speed. The sudden outburst was extremely shocking. In an instant, it broke free from the suction of the black hole in Chernzong's left palm and flew directly to Chernzong's head. In an instant, it escaped into the spirit sea. You actually delivered yourself to my doorstep. I'm very satisfied. Chernzong immediately retracted his left hand, and the dark vortex disappeared as well. He laughed, and his consciousness immediately sank into his deity ocean. His soul form condensed, and without hesitation, he immediately slashed out with his sword, aiming directly at the Cthulhu King's soul form. The Cthulhu King's idea was very good, and that was to take the risk and steal this person's body. At least it was better than the human's body from before. The potential was much greater. Of course, it was also very dangerous. After all, without the sacrifice of flesh and blood reincarnation, there was no compatibility. The probability of failure was more than 90%. But now that things had come to this, he could only take the risk. But the Cthulhu King quickly lost all hope. In this place, he had further lost his advantage. His opponent was very scary. Every slash of the sword on his body felt like it was being torn apart, and it was extremely painful. Not long after, the Cthulhu King's divine soul body was actually cut into pieces, as if it was being torn apart by 5 horses. In the next breath, the black shadow expanded, and instantly swallowed the Cthulhu King's divine soul that was being torn into pieces. As long as it swallowed this evil soul, it would become even stronger. In the next moment, the black shadow's red eyes shone with anger and shock, as if it was caught off guard. Damn it, this time it's over. With a boom, an extremely shocking explosion exploded from within the black shadow. The extremely terrifying power, as if it was going to explode the black shadow into pieces, directly opened it up, like a balloon that had been blown to its limit. This time, it's your lucky day. Weak predecessor, don't die so quickly. The screams died down, and the black shadow also exploded, turning into countless black fragments that flew in all directions. As if it had been directly blown up, it turned into powder and disappeared into the deity ocean. A soul floated up and down, glowing with layers of halos. It gradually stretched out, and immediately, the dormant consciousness within it gradually woke up. Some soft voices were heard. I recovered. Chernzong was in disbelief. He was not directly hit by the Cthulhu King's soul attack, and then his soul was damaged. His consciousness kept sinking, and he was about to fall into a coma. Before he fell into a coma, he released the soul sealing technique seal on the strange black shadow, and after that, he did not know anything. Originally, Chen Zong thought that this time, he was in trouble. It would be very, very difficult for him to wake up again. But compared to being killed by the Cthulhu King, there was still some hope. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Zong still released the seal on the strange black shadow, and took the risk. He did not think that the current situation would be out of his expectations. In an instant, fragments of memory fragments appeared in Chen Zong's soul. They were the memories from when the strange black shadow released the seal and his consciousness fell into a coma to when he woke up. This also let Chen Zong know that it was a small part of the memories of the strange black shadow. Through these memory fragments and his own deduction, Chen Zongda was able to recover the entire incident. Suddenly, he was incomparably astonished. Just as the black shadow had said, it was indeed one with his soul. More accurately, it was one with two sides. Inner Demon. The name of the strange black shadow was Inner Demon. What was Inner Demon? Inner Demon. When a cultivator suffered a blow and could not let it go, it formed a shadow in his heart. When the shadow in his heart accumulated to a maximum, it would form an inner demon. When the inner demon caused chaos, he would go crazy, and the consequences would be very serious. However, Chen Zong's inner demon seemed to be different from that kind of inner demon, but Chen Zong could not tell what the difference was. I remember that Master mentioned in the information that when the One Heart Sutra is cultivated to a high level, there is a possibility that a heart demon will be born. However, my current One Heart Sutra is far from being profound. Chen Zong was puzzled. This was clearly not in line with what Master had said. However, the inner demon existed, and it was indeed one with two sides of him. To put it simply, he represented the positive side of his soul, which was the so-called good side. Then, the inner demon represented the evil side of his soul. Of course, the so-called good side did not mean that his character was good. It just meant that he was not evil. That was all. But the so-called evil side must be evil. For a moment, Chen Zong's mood was very complicated. Inner demon. The purpose of the inner demon was obvious. It was to devour his good side, completely occupy his soul and body, and live in the world as a human. Of course, Chen Zong would not let it do as it wished. And this time, the reason why the inner demon went silent and allowed him to recover and wake up was because it was arrogant. It underestimated the power of the Cthulhu King, and was severely injured by the Cthulhu King's self-destruction. After the self-destruction of the Cthulhu King's soul, it was naturally over. However, the power of his soul was absorbed by Chen Zong's soul, and healed the previous injuries. Thus, Chen Zong's consciousness also woke up from the silence. What was that feeling? It was as if he had slept, and when he woke up, he realized that the strange black shadow and the strong enemy that could kill him were gone. Of course, the inner demon was still there. It was just that it was severely injured, and he did not know when it would appear again. As for the Cthulhu King, he was dead. He was really dead. Needless to say, Chu Shanha was even more dead. Chen Zong quickly entered the evanescent ship, and activated the ship's protective shield. Then, he took out some pills to recover his energy and once again observed the battle in the memory fragment. Needless to say, the inner demon's performance of his power was obviously much better than his own. This made Chen Zong very confused. Logically speaking, the inner demon and his soul were two sides of the same coin. Since that was the case, it should be similar to his own. However, under the inner demon's performance, the Sword Tao territory expanded from 100 meters to 1,000 meters, increasing the range by 10 times. Furthermore, the inner demon's use of the Sword Tao territory was obviously better than his own. The suppressive power was very strong, and could actually suppress the Cthulhu King's power in an instant. He could not move at all, and could only take one strike from his own sword. And that strike was the ancestral sword. It was the same ancestral swords, but its power was much stronger than his own, and its power was more concentrated. Lastly, the power of the Great Massacre Blood Prison was unexpectedly strong. Although he had never used it against an enemy, but in terms of power, it should be about the same as the Cosmic Shatterer Secret Sword. However, when it was used by the inner demon, its power was unexpectedly strong. It was as if killing sword techniques were more compatible with the inner demon's performance. Chunzong thought about it again. The inner demon was a collection of evil thoughts. If killing and destruction type martial arts were to be categorized, it would belong to the evil category. Perhaps this would make it more compatible. Of course, whether it was or not, it was hard to say. However, Chunzong did not belittle himself. With his current ability, covering 100 meters with the Sword Tao territory was indeed a level that he could achieve. If he wanted to reach 1,000 meters, it could be said that it was impossible, unless he further understood the mysteries of the Sword Tao territory. It was the same for the ancestral swords. With his current level, that was the limit that he could reach. Of course, if he broke through the limit, he could further strengthen himself. The inner demon's performance was an excellent teaching for him. Those memory images could be a kind of guidance for him, and because he was the one who attacked, it was more intuitive. Chunzong was confident that under such clear and intuitive guidance, his control and application of the Sword Tao territory, as well as the performance of the ancestral swords, would definitely improve further. Looks like I've profited from a disaster this time. Chunzong could not help but laugh. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.